Hello and welcome to Pod Spirit. I'm Hazel.
And I'm Nikki. Hello.
It's been a minute. It's been enough of a minute that I don't even know what episode it is. And that's fine. It doesn't matter.
33 or something, I think. That was how old Jesus was when he died. From Xenosaga 3, of course.
Yeah, from Xenosaga 3.
Right. At least I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna look right now just because. No, this is 32. This is 32.
Damn it
yeah.
all.
God damn it.
God damn it. Oh. Jesus. Come on now. Wow, it's been a really long time. I went on hiatus literally the day after we recorded our last episode.
Yeah.
And it is now July 28th, and we are recording a new one.
Yeah. It's just, you know, we're rolling with some new shit. It's Yeah, I don't know. Like, how have you been? Like, what's been going on? Or
I've honestly been really good.
However much you want to disclose, I guess.
I've been great.
Yeah, okay.
This has been really good for me. I knew that I was burnt out when I decided to go on hiatus. I didn't realize I was as burnt out as I was. It was, like, honestly really wild to be able to sit back and kind of assess how much the work I was putting in was taking a toll. How much my inability to stop thinking about work was taking a toll on me.
Yeah.
I realized as it was happening that just, like, the quality of my thought was decreasing. Like, I literally was having stupider thoughts. I wasn't thinking complexly about anything, and that is literally the nature of my job.
Right.
And I feel like since I've taken that break and I've kind of been able to mentally recuperate and clear a lot of these external, like, stressors and factors off of my plate, the more I've been able to, I don't know, just be, like, as sharp as I want to be. Both as far as, like, you know, like, a critical eye goes, but, you know, more importantly, just, like, in being able to speak and engage with people I really care about.
Yeah.
So, you know, that stuff was really, like, I don't think I would have been able to keep going if I had tried to, if I hadn't gone on that break, just because I don't think I would have made anything worth putting out. So that was really beneficial. I'm working on a video kind of recapping the stuff that I did over that break.
Yes.
And it has been a period of mass contextualization, if I could put it into a phrase that sounds utterly fucking ridiculous. I've just been really trying to make sure my bases are covered when it comes to the things that I talk about. Just kind of really addressing my fundamentals and making sure I'm better read up on history and making sure I better understand how to do the kinds of research that I really want to do.
Yeah.
And I think that you know, it's obviously going to be a continuous process, but I think, you know, having kind of taken that time to figure out how to incorporate doing that sort of thing into my daily will prove to just kind of have dividends. So yeah, you know, for all intents and purposes, I'm quote unquote back. I found that I've had a lot less interest in, like, being online since then, which has been really nice. I don't think I'm exactly missing out on much.
No. No, not even remotely.
Yeah, like my friends will show me whatever this weird Drakengard fucking near automata
ARG
mystery
thing.
is. That's all I need online.
Right.
And you know, that, and then also, as I'll get into in that video, I'm definitely not going to follow a monthly format. All that really proved to do was just increase the amount of work that I was putting in on individual videos, but not really like it didn't give me time to do other things that I wanted to do, and doing those other things really started to stress me out in the face of like, well, I should be getting more work done on this video because it's not going to make itself, which then kind of turned into all of my external projects becoming things that I didn't allow myself to see as work, even though they functionally are also a part of my work, which meant that I was basically just like doing overtime for something that was supposed to be fun. And it should be able to be both work and something that I enjoy and feel passionately about. And I think that just kind of switching to making videos when they're ready to be made and when they're ready to come out, I think will help me to not feel precluded from doing things that I care about outside of just making videos. And then like on top of that also there's the fact that like I don't think that I'm very good at making videos under a really strict deadline, from the perspective that if I'm cramming the information that I'm taking in, it all starts leaking out right away. So for videos where a lot of the research was just stuff that I had done over time that I was putting together and assembling all in one place, that was super easy. Because it was just stuff that I already knew. But videos where I was cramming a lot of information in that wasn't even necessarily going to make it into the video as I was internalizing it, that was where a lot of cracks were starting to come up, and it was feeling really overwhelming, and like I just kind of couldn't keep track of my own work. So, you know, there's a reason why a lot of like methods for learning tell you to space things out. It's because your brain can really only digest so much new information at once, and I'm trying to kind of tell myself that, and to take things a little bit slower. And already I feel like I'm internalizing so much more of the media that I'm consuming, of the books that I'm reading, of the histories that I'm coming to understand, all that stuff.
Do you think, you know, I feel like we've had a lot of times on this show where both of us really and stuff have been just like, oh, I don't remember, or I have a bad memory and stuff for this stuff or whatever. Do you think that's like sort of like a result of that like kind of mass, like,
yeah, absolutely,
like digestion or whatever? Yeah, because like, Because I definitely think, you know, I probably have like I'm thinking you explaining this, I'm thinking I'm probably guilty of the same thing too. I think probably that, just,
you know, not to be like, oh, the current state of the world is the problem or anything, but I think that is kind of applicable to the way that we've kind of been made to like binge consume media. Yeah. You know?
Right.
Like, I don't remember very much from stuff that I've watched like all in one complete sitting. Yeah. I'll remember the feeling that I'm left with, and there are plenty of instances where that is enough for me.
Right. Yeah.
But like comparing that to things that I took slower, I remember those details a lot clearer. Like even I think this is something that we've talked about in passing, is like this stuff about Chainsaw Man that's really vivid in my brain is the stuff that I was reading week to week and not the stuff that I was catching up on.
Right. Yeah. When each new page feels like an event, and you're getting to like kind of process it and have No, I totally feel you there. I think I think there's definitely like stretches of like bunch of manga that I've caught up with that like I'm just like, oh shit, I don't really remember this much and stuff about this, or I think the biggest instance of it widespread is television, how television works now and stuff, and right how like pretty much every time a show has gone for a weekly release rather than a like just a binge release or whatever, it like sticks in people's like it sticks in the conversation way longer and stuff. Like look at like a Stranger Things. Okay, Stranger Things has kind of actually stuck around a little bit and stuff, but like I feel like there's tons of Netflix shows that come and go.
Who even remembers Squid Games?
Right.
I called it Squid Games.
Yeah.
I added the plural where it's not there. I never watched it. I never watched it. But
I didn't get around to watching Squid Game either. But like,
it goes to show how much it managed to stick in the cultural craw.
It's like, I don't know, just so many Netflix shows come and go and everything. But then you have like the best show on television right now, Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal, and the 2 weeks that show has been running has been by far the most Nathan Fielder posting I've ever seen in my life. It is like just people like bugging out about the weirdos that they captured on this show, and then also just widespread appreciation of Nathan Fielder's thing and stuff. And now we've crossed over into like, not like, I don't think the discourse is serious, but I think there is like a spot of like a couple people being like, well, I don't know about it and stuff, because like Nathan feels like pretty explicitly like manipulative throughout the show and stuff, and like I think the only real response to that is like, well, yeah, because like they're showing you how they're making the show while they're making it, like basically like especially with this new show, like all that it's really doing is. Or not all that it's doing, but part of what it's doing is that it's a reality TV show where you literally get to see the producer walk over to people between shots and go, okay, yeah, but can you like do it this way though and stuff, and then they're like weird and uncomfortable about it and shifting around and stuff. It's like, and then he like doesn't exactly coerce them, but he kind of like out awkwards them into going like, fine, I'll and it's like, it definitely feels a lot less like I bet you if there was a season of The Bachelor with the amount of scope that a Nathan Fielder show has, it would be the grossest, most fucking like horrible fucking show on TV in terms of like it would be fucking dark. It would be
completely unwatchable.
It'd be ridiculously dark. So Nathan Fielder being able to do that and then have enough of a conscience to not make it like horrendously fucking unappealing and stuff, I think is part of the magic of his whole thing. But like, yeah, I don't know, just like watching TV like over the span of weeks and like months, you know, so like taking like 2 or 3 months to do a whole season of TV and stuff, it's like just, it's so much easier to like breathe and like fucking like take it in, or possibly rewatch an episode if you're like that hungry for it, and you know, kind of take it in from a new lens, and then like by the time the next thing is out, you're like super cued into like what's going on. But like, you know, they give you 10 episodes on one weekend and stuff, and it's like, I don't know, I guess I'll just watch this whole thing, and then it turns into a 10-hour movie, and like nobody has the brain space for that. But
absolutely. That's definitely stuff that I was thinking about, as it's one of those things where like it's such basic information when you get right down to it, you know. It's stuff that we've been taught since schools told us, like, don't cram for an exam because you don't learn that way. I think that I actually internalizing it has kind of been a different beast. That has been really good for me. But it's also scary when one of my jobs, theoretically one of my jobs as being somebody on YouTube is consistency and frequency. And those two things aren't necessarily compatible with this scope that I find myself being more and more drawn to with videos. So, you know.
I think you've shown enough variation in like the scope of the things that you talk about and stuff that like I think you set an expectation that like the videos will just take however long they need to take, and that it's not like whenever you put out a 15-minute video, right, and it's like 3 or 4 weeks after this video, after like a 2-hour video that took you like a bunch of time or whatever. But like that's not necessarily that it took less effort. It's just that that's as much effort as that video needed, right, and stuff. And it's
exactly, like I think it's kind of like I'm going to put as much effort into each video as it requires, and that is by nature going to mean that there's going to be a sliding scale. Like I'm working on a video right now that is kind of in the format of stuff that I've done before, where it's a lot of small takes on certain things, like the video that I did about VHS OVAs, or the video that I did about thank you, or the anime countryside video that I did, where I'm taking a look at a lot of stuff with varying degrees of depth. Those are easy for me to make, even though they prove to be longer. I have other stuff planned that's more in the vein of the Aiken video, or the video that I did on Minna Agechao, that are of similar length to those, that take way, way, way more effort. And I think that it was a little silly of me to assume that a month would be enough time to make each of those different styles of videos. So, you know. Yeah.
I mean, you know,
now
like
that I've kind of come to all of these conclusions and I feel really refreshed, I have more ideas than I know what to do with.
It's really nice to see you kind of figure out your schedule and figure out your I don't know, just your rhythm with this and stuff, and recognize if you've made like a mistake or two in terms of how to like exert yourself.
Definitely.
So this is all to say that Hazel's
this podcast has kind of proven to be a little bit of a work diary for me, as much as it's been a place to talk about stuff that doesn't make it into videos.
I mean, you know, that's all to say that Hazel has been doing a training arc. That's how I'm internalizing this.
Literally. That really is what it's felt like. Like, I've been in the fucking hyperbolic time chamber.
You're running around chasing Bubbles the monkey on King Kai's little planet and stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting used to the gravity.
You're in heaven, and soon you'll come back down to Earth. And
literally none of what we just talked about even factors in the fact that I fucking moved.
Right.
During that period of time. Like, that feels like one of the smaller milestones that happened.
I think we actually I think we had a whole discussion about your old apartment and like its really stupid light switch situation and stuff. So let's have a little moment here. Like give me your like letterboxed review, backlogged review of your little like 2-paragraph pithy review of your current living situation. What's going on here?
Well, my street address is it's pretty much perfect.
Great.
The only problem is that the kitchen doesn't have a lot of ventilation, so whenever we cook stuff, the whole house smells like whatever I cook. So I always have to make sure the bedroom door is closed.
Right. And you don't cook something stinky.
Exactly. Which I always do.
You're right. Yeah, you got your like pot like with like a sock hanging out of it and stuff, and you're like you're like stirring
like fish heads. And...
you're stirring some green liquid and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really great. It's really beneficial to have another room so that when I'm recording a podcast late into the night, my wife can fuck off to the bedroom to not be bothered by me yelling about fucking poop shit, anime bullshit, garbage.
Right, yeah.
My wife can fuck off.
No. I mean fuck off in the willing sense.
But out of context, my ears just picked up my wife can fuck off.
I'm sorry, darling. You know I love you.
I love you.
Right, yeah. You can escape. You can escape to this other room and give an update on your upcoming video about like anime camel toes or whatever that you do. You know,
I told you that one was supposed to be a surprise.
Shit. I'm so sorry.
That's so fucking funny.
So now you know on April Fools you gotta like throw up a video with that thumbnail.
Yeah. But yeah, it's great. I feel like we actually have room for all of our stuff. We had to get 2 additional bookcases to not have to have half of our shit in storage.
Oh, hell yeah.
Moving is really expensive, and I'm really glad that I don't have to buy furniture for like another few years.
Yeah, it's super
like I'm
sucks.
so stoked that I don't have to do that anymore.
Man, yeah, I really want to make money and move somewhere, but I know that the moving part is going to be like absolute hell in a handbasket. So, well, okay, it's gonna be like half. It's gonna be half. It's gonna be half and half though, actually, because a lot of the stuff that I currently own, like my mattress and stuff, like this thing is a ratty fucking mess. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And so like I hate it. It like.
Moving does prove to be a really good excuse to throw a lot of stuff away and to refresh your belongings.
Yeah, so I think actually like the stuff that I actually take from my parents' house and go somewhere else is actually not going to be that much. But it means that I'm going to spend way more on like buying a big like old mattress and some couches and things like that, and like my own TV probably and stuff. So like the expenses just rack up like crazy, but it's not exactly moving everything over all at once, so it's kind of it's like weird. But yeah, I'm so glad the move went well and that you enjoy the place a lot and stuff. And that you found somewhere like super good, because I know the circumstances in which moving out had to occur.
I almost
sucked.
feel a little silly for complaining about it so much, because it really did prove to be an upgrade.
But I mean, like,
which is like, I say all of that with like a really tremendous amount of privilege and a whole lot of people to be really thankful for. It would have been really shitty if we hadn't had some extremely generous friends who were willing to help out. Even right down to the fact that like we had to walk a lot of stuff from the old apartment to the new one in the sweltering heat. Stuff like that would have been so much worse had we not have had friends who were willing to help in just a myriad of ways. And now that things are set up here, like it feels like, even though everything isn't fully put away yet, we don't have any art hung up on the walls yet, that sort of thing.
Right.
Even though it's still in a state of flux to a degree, it feels more like home than the last place did.
Fuck yes.
Even. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It's really great. It's really great.
Yeah.
Like, I can already tell that it's going to be really easy for me to settle back into working proper. Like, I say all of this. I've done a lot of writing and note-taking and researching for a lot of different videos in my time away. It's just kind of been on my own time. But I can already tell that kind of going back to more of like a working mindset is going to be extremely easy here.
Yeah. Yeah, just having a whole space and everything.
Yeah, not having to remember to turn the light on from outside of the fucking bathroom before I enter it.
What a nightmare. What's the second fucking Patrick Bateman bathroom like situation.
But yeah, that's all my life stuff, I think. This last week we had a friend visit who was interested in potentially moving up here, and it was extremely nice to see them. And even though it happened during our heat wave, it has been really, really nice to... Yeah. It was really nice to kind of reaffirm just how much I love this place in its, like, totality, you know?
Yeah. I really gotta fucking visit sometime. I'm gonna make sure.
It's so great. I would love that more than anything.
Yeah. We'll record an episode in person sometime, and it'll be funny.
Yeah, and it'll be our great episode, greatest episode of all time.
Of all time.
It'll be our drunkest episode.
Oh shit! Yeah. Our highest episode.
Boy.
Yeah, it'll. It'll. I'm gonna.
I mean, it's legal here. You're allowed to make that joke.
Right. No. I was holding myself back from making some Joe Rogan reference or something. Like, not that I know his stuff, but it's just like I was gonna hold myself back from saying it's like the Joe Rogan Elon Musk podcast. Like the one where Elon Musk had like a giant old joint.
We need to find like the most cartoon human being that's still within our wheelhouse to get to smoke a joint on the podcast.
Oh man, yeah, that's really good. I mean, like, it can't be that hard to get Rivers Cuomo to like come over, right? Like it can't be that hard. And so
he's got the money to fly up.
Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna require that he grow back the maladroit goatee.
Yeah. No, I mean, he'll take one hit and the maladroit goatee will just grow right out in real time. Like a chia pet.
Yeah. Fucking... Yeah. I've been doing okay, I think. I had some really rough, stupid life things happen. Both of the personal and the... it's hard to live out here, bro, variety and stuff. And but you know, I'm doing my thing. I'm still pretty jazzed and happy, and I don't know, like you know, I can be happy. The fucking Explode Undefeated, my other podcasts, we had a huge jump in patronage, thanks to you, Hazel. We had our we like soared over our like $150 goal. Now we're at like $175. You
guys deserve all that and more.
Yeah, it's super dope. It was really nice, like, and it was really funny.
If you're listening to this podcast and you think you're to yourself, man, I really wish there was a way to support specifically this podcast. Put that money toward the Explode Undefeated Patreon.
Yeah, if you if you
$1,
do that,
you get a whole bunch of off-topic podcasts that are more fun than most podcasts, period. I was recently on an episode and we went for like 3 hours.
Oh yeah,
I might be exaggerating, but it was very fun. I really enjoyed it. You two were a blast to record with. And then if you pledge at the $5 tier, you get to listen to a whole bunch of exclusive miniseries that are all really phenomenal, including a series on Evangelion, which is then dovetailed into a series that I'm a part of about the rebuild. So if you want to hear my opinions on those, and Nikki's opinions on those, and Nikki's podcast co-host Wyatt's opinions on those, it's a great place to do all of those things.
Yeah, it's great. We I don't know, that podcast is great. I'm really excited to do more of it and stuff, and I'm just really happy that it seems like it's like getting more traction and stuff. Like even without the the Hazel boost, it's like been kind of steadily doing better and stuff. Like I think people are finding it and they're enjoying it and stuff, and so it's like naturally like we're growing and stuff. But it's always nice to get a little bit of those pumps. But yeah, so that was a really wonderful thing that like I was really happy about that happened, and then also the Goblin Monkey Public Access 2 happened as well.
Yeah, goodness gracious, so many updates.
Right, yeah, there's so many things.
Variety of every flavor. Yeah, it was really, really incredible. I'm still thinking about Sawyer's set. There's a VOD, I think, on Archive now.
Yeah.
Of the whole thing, and then we uploaded our mix separately. There was just so much great fun shit in there. I had just a blast, and I was so glad that I could participate, and I'm already looking forward to the next one.
Yeah.
We raised over $8,000. It's fucking bananas.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. We raised it for I think it's like the southeastern United States, like abortion, like
yeah, I think it was ARC South.
Yeah,
Southwest or Southeast.
I think it's Southeast.
Know,
I think it's for the. I think it's the Southeast because it's supposed to be for like the southern United States, I think, or whatever. Because we're gonna get hit super hard with like those like those like trigger laws and stuff.
Yeah.
So that
fucked
was
up
awesome.
world we live in.
Yeah, that happened. Shinzo Abe got a little surprise while we were gone.
That was actually the funniest news.
Just a bunch of stuff happened. It was a fairly eventful little summer, or that's still going. But
fucking I fucking. It's a crazy world we live in. I spent fucking $4 on an onion the other day.
What the hell? Yeah, this is bullshit. Is weird, and getting like a bag of like frozen fried chicken is like absurd. Like you just can't do it. Like it's either like it's like $12 a bag or something, which is just like insanity, or it just isn't there and stuff. So it's so we got no chickens and stuff, and that's just like one of the first things and stuff. And like there's so much that's getting affected here. But I wanted to say about the Goblin Bunker Public Access. Special shout out. I'm not exactly playing favoritism, but special shout out to Pod Spirit regular Brian. His set list absolutely
that shit was so amazing.
It was fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible work. I was. Yeah. He really showed like everybody up so hard.
You described it as like we both felt like we had been schooled by our older brother.
Yeah. It's
I think that's very, very apt.
Yeah. Like the presentation is just really immaculate, like super, super clean and crisp. Like it just owns. So yeah, Brian, love to get him back soon. He's the best. So I guess you want to talk about.
So Nikki, we received a lot of questions over the time that we were away. A lot of really thoughtful, really interesting questions via our email.
Right.
I wanted to know if you think we should intersperse these throughout the episode rather than having them all at the end.
I think so. I think we have topics that we want to talk about that I think are just they really pertain to the people who listen to the show, that like we really want to give full-throated recommendations. But I think maybe it might be a better format to kind of drop these in every now and again and just as a little surprise. Because
I kind of there's some stuff that I want to talk a bit about. There's some stuff that I want to talk about in depth. There's some stuff that we both experienced that we both want to talk about in depth. I figure that since it's going to be ebbing and flowing throughout the whole episode, I think it makes sense to also splash these in here and there instead of kind of throwing them all in at the very end in a last-ditch effort to wrap things up or anything like that. With that, our first question is from Isla, who asks, which pieces of media do you think shows the difference between interesting or good idea with a poor execution and a boring or simple idea with an amazing execution? It's difficult because I tend to find that there are very seldom examples where poor execution is a deal breaker for me. So I almost tend to not think about it in terms of did this achieve its the earning its premise or not.
Right.
Because a lot of times I think that premise is easy to read between the lines on.
Right. I think the easiest answer to the latter, where it's like a simple idea, or like not exactly a bad idea, but like a simple idea with like fucking exquisite execution, is like God Hand, where it's like where like I don't know, like the elevator pitch is just like, we made a video game about a guy that punches people, and like there's a girl there and stuff, and like, there's weird joke bosses and stuff, everything, but the execution is like fucking transcendent video games. It's like like it's just this game with the most bizarre but like just super tight and well put together like little like I don't know, just like fighting engine in it and stuff. Like it just owns super hard.
It's so funny because I thought for sure you were going to say Dragon Quest as being like a very, very like what would you call it, like a sort of humble humble premise.
I think it's interesting because I think it really depends on the context for each and every game, because I think for its time, Dragon Quest IV being like a bunch of little stories that connect into one big one, and that happening like at least like 5 years before like Live Alive came out on the Super Nintendo and stuff, like that is like mind blown or something. Like that is like, for its time, that's like ridiculous. And then the concept of Dragon Quest V being like, you start out as a child and you're like following him throughout his entire life, and a bunch of horrible, like really kind of shocking stuff for a game of that time happens to like this kid and everything. And it's like it's like simultaneously the like birth of something like Mother 3, and then also like in some very small way kind of Nier as well, where it's like just like it's just really absurdly dark and you're not expecting it and stuff, and you're kind of like, it's like surprising. So like that would have been, but then like you look at like, like Dragon Quest like 11 by comparison to other games, I absolutely adore that game, but by comparison to like what like Final Fantasy VII Remake is doing, like it's like it doesn't seem like it's shooting that far, but it's like it's just super well done on the nuts and bolts of it and everything. I feel like with some of the talk they've talked about with like 12, I feel like that one is going to be one of the more ambitious, like what the fuck ones, but like
right.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's totally true. I think it's just, it depends on the game and not just like the whole series. In terms of like good idea, shoddy execution, I'm trying to think of
Earthchild?
Oh. Oh,
That's more your game than mine. I don't know anything about Earthchild.
Oh, don't you get me started on this. Earthchild is like, it's weird because it's kind of the first and then the second, or it's the second and then the first. It's like the first chapter is basically like just the superhero girl. She is able to kind of Men in Black like make people forget about her and stuff after she does her like superhero stuff. but this one guy like falls in love with her and basically like rejects like the Men in Black bullshit and stuff, and like keeps running into her and stuff. But it's not like the first chapter is genuinely kind of like really cool because it isn't in like a really cloying way exactly, and it's not in like a, and like
right.
the guy isn't getting the girl out of sheer persistence. It's like legitimately he keeps like subconsciously coming across her, and then they meet for the first time like 10 times and stuff, and then eventually she starts to develop feelings for him and stuff, and so like I don't know, it's kind of a cool like it's like a decent idea that kind of like is just executed really well. And then chapter 2 and onward is just horrible. So, but it's like the premise isn't bad. Like it's sure, like let's throw Earthchild in there, even though I think it's pretty abjectly terrible. Though the last chapter I kind of liked, because I was just like, fuck it, man, what the hell? Let's like I think it finally broke my brain in half, and I'm like, whatever, let's do this. I'm fucking down. What about you?
I'm
what
really
are you
trying to think about, because I feel like it would be really easy for somebody to say Dragon Guard 3 is their good idea with poor execution, but the more I think about it, I think that's my favorite game of all time. So
I mean,
really, my brain is just completely broken at this point.
I guess when we start thinking about stuff that's like that stuff is like it let us down, like in some way. Like I think Final Fantasy 13 has a whole lot going for it, that like the way that it flows together and the way that its boss fights unfold, and how it genuinely feels like dental surgery trying to fucking battle with the stagger bar and stuff. Like I feel like really just destroys it for me and stuff. And like at this point, it's not even really about the like proper nouns, Final Hallway 13 like memes and stuff. Like it really like at this point, I think that stuff is kind of endearing, and I kind of want to replay 13 and kind of take another look at it. But I think back to like how fucking brutal, like and maybe I wasn't understanding it enough, but I felt like it was just fucking unending. Some of those fucking boss fights and just single battles. And so, and then also the game like rates you, like it gives you like a 1 out of 5, like it gives you like a 1 to 5 star ranking on every fight. And so like if you sit there and you're like fucking just putting your all into this fight, and it's taking you like an hour, and then you finally finish it, and then the game has the fucking audacity to show you 2 stars, like it makes me.
See, I'm used to getting rated poorly in every single video game I ever play ever. So
yeah, but it's just like it's just fucking like it makes you go James Rolfe a little bit. You kind of start yelling. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting question though. It's just something that I just think that neither of us exactly look at media that way exactly. I don't know.
I think that when those things come up, I tend to find that I have a really visceral reaction to the former, that being a good idea with poor execution, because I'm just like, God, what a fucking waste. Or I just tend to not be very interested in simple ideas that are executed really well, unless those things are things that really specifically speak to me at a baseline. Like, I think you could say that something like Azumanga Daioh is like an extremely simple premise that's executed so near perfectly that like it takes a lot to come even close to surpassing what it did.
Shout out to Ruri Dragon. I think that one also counts, right?
Yeah,
like,
I actually wanted to talk about this proper.
Yeah, we can throw this
because
in.
News just broke that it's going on indefinite hiatus.
For what I'm assuming is actually outside illness, I think.
Yeah,
I think people are very reasonably jumping to the assumption of like overwork, but I think I don't know, that like the fact that this came up so early.
Yeah, looking at the artist's backlog, it doesn't look like this is coming off of like an extremely long stint without any breaks explicitly. So I have to imagine that it is just sort of a general like not well being. I don't know what the term I'm looking for is. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you know. I think it really is just like I don't know. He's just not especially healthy right now and can't swing the weekly format.
Yeah.
The manga is so damn well liked though immediately that Roboco has already like made fun of it. So like I think I'm not going to get too confident about this because it's dangerous too. But I think it might be more likely that this gets moved over like Jump Plus, where you get an easier schedule, than for it to be straight up canceled at this early, you know?
Right.
Because people like it a lot. Like people.
Yeah, I'm really curious about its reception, like at a global level. It makes me really happy that Shonen Jump regulars are really into it, like Western ones. I mean.
Yeah.
Because I do think that it's one of those things that seems outside of their general wheelhouse for the magazine, but not for their interests necessarily.
Right. Yeah.
Like we are kind of living at a point in manga where, you know, a lot of people who are really into shonen are also reading certain like romance series. Like I mean, I haven't seen it, so I might be talking out of my ass, but it seems like My Dress Up Darling is huge right now.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that name.
And I have to imagine that... Yeah, I have to imagine that that's with a lot of the same crowd that's getting into stuff like... that is kind of where Jump is their bread and butter. And I think that it does... makes sense, but it is also like a kind of one of those refreshing surprises that it's doing well amongst that audience.
Yeah, like at its core, it's still like a coming of age story. It's still like, you know, set in high school. It's very relatable and everything, but it's just its demeanor. It's the way that it's doing it and stuff. It's the way that it's a comedy, but without like but without like making too much of like a spectacle about itself. Like, you know, I love a comedy that's like super loud and stupid and everything, but it's really cool that Ruri Dragon is kind of just more like deadpan and more like if a manga could be mumblecore, this kind of is like, you know.
I was kind of under the impression that it was such that it might not connect with a domestic audience and do better with people overseas because its comedic timing feels a little bit less like the kind of comedy anime that I'm and manga that I'm used to seeing get really big over there.
Yeah.
But you know what the surefire sign that it was born to be a hit was? Is Young Defiant hasn't said anything negative about it.
God damn it. Fucking Young Defiant. I swear to God. The internet's greatest hater on just all of the internet.
Yeah. I mean, he knows his shit. Like, you know, he's good on Chainsaw Man. That's all you need.
He's good on.
Most recent tweet: Chainsaw Man Part 2 with only one chapter has completely destroyed every other shonen currently being published. How could you still be a fan of trash like My Hero, Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece, and etc.? Bad taste, I guess.
That's so good. That's so good. God, so do you? I don't know. I guess do you want to just go straight into Chainsaw Man talk or a little bit?
Let's do it. Let's do it. So but yeah, if you're interested in slice of life stuff, I think Ruri Dragon is cream of the crop, and now is a really good time to get caught up because when it returns, it'll be with all the more open arms ready for it to come back at a pace that works for its author.
I'm I'm really
Feels good.
looking forward to the first volume and seeing if the sales numbers hit.
Right.
That's gonna be the biggest tell.
I guess there is enough for it to get a first volume.
Barely. It might take a couple more chapters. 7, it's usually 8 chapters per volume, but but I'm really excited for that eventuality and stuff, because the numbers on that is going to be what really kind of I don't know, just tells us what the lowdown is. So Chainsaw Man also came back while we were gone.
Right, it sure did.
Yeah. So part 2 has begun. It's not its own series, really. They're just picking up. It's chapters 98, 99, 100. So we're just rolling on and stuff. So I'm guessing.
Yeah, I feel really silly for assuming that it was going to be categorized differently.
Yeah.
In Tachiyomi, I had a few different extensions, pages for Chainsaw Man Part 2 saved and ready to go, and then I've just been using the Viz Jump app extension to get new chapters as they come out as part of normal Chainsaw Man.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting, to zoom out once, Chainsaw Man is done, or we're farther into it or something, and just see how it reads. If you were to pick up volume 11, read it through, and then pick up volume 12 right after, does it feel good? Does it feel right?
Yeah.
It's interesting, because this, I said it on Twitter. I feel like a lot of the...
There should be a volume that's just entirely black pages.
That's so
between
dope.
Them.
Yeah. But I said it on Twitter, a lot of people have been expressing the sentiment and stuff, but Tatsuki Fujimoto, that motherfucker leveled up. He grinded out he was level 20 at the end of the first Dragon Quest. At the end of Chainsaw Man Part 1, he comes back, he's level 99 Dragon Quest 3, and so I've got a bunch of jobs and shit, and really he's just fucking buff as hell, drawing these fucking pages, and it just looks incredible. Chainsaw Man right now. It's just outstanding.
Yeah, I honestly, for reference, I went back and looked at some of the chapters, early on in Chainsaw Man, and then, midway through, and it's crazy how much tighter the art is on, all fronts.
Yeah.
It is already looking just, completely fucking masterful. I really liked his art. I think it suits his stories perfectly. I didn't even stop to consider what it would be like after a few years when it could get even more refined.
Yeah. It's kind of shocking, but it kind of shouldn't be. Yeah, it's it's just, oh man, it has been such a cool honor almost to read him and just watch him get better and better and get way more kind of interesting. I love, and I was kind of expecting / hoping for this, but I love that we have a different POV character right now. I don't know that this is going to be how it's going to be the whole time for the second arc, but I love that it's happening this way. I love just the angle that we're attacking this from. It's spectacular. I love Bucky. I love the chicken. He's so funny.
Funny little guy. He's around. He's around. He's here to stay.
I was laughing out loud at his stupid ass fucking puns. Really
cute.
Laughing.
So cute.
Really laughing.
I wanna meet the people who are afraid of chickens. I need to let them know that everything's gonna be okay.
It's all right. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I just really am in love with this and stuff. And I'm glad that it's both more horrifying, like from that first chapter and stuff, like it is like the preview of the violence that he's able to do now in Jump Plus is like
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's fucking horrific. And so, but then also the like low key stuff, like I love that chapter 100, a fucking milestone chapter. A lot of mangaka like to do something special, like to reveal something and stuff around those. Like I don't think. I think a lot of them will like let it go if it's just not in the cards, right? And stuff like whenever One Piece reached chapter 1000, it wasn't like a big reveal for that chapter. It was kind of like, it was kind of a chapter where like it kind of focused more on Luffy and it like just during this conflict that was happening. And the dialogue was really just reinforcing the themes that have been there the whole time. And that's why I like got emotional at it, but it wasn't like a big like, oh, this happened. This is this big mystery was revealed just, you know, arbitrarily for chapter 1000. But I know that a lot of mangaka will try to do something for a milestone chapter, right? But Fujimoto, like it wasn't even an attempt. Like it was, and it's so sick. Like it's like it really is just like it's like more perfect for this to focus on the characters and to have a low-key moment. So I don't know, you just have chapter 100, people are like walking into it thinking it's like loaded with something, but it super isn't, and it's so sweet. Like I love it. It feels very look back too, like we were talking about it. It's really funny. It's really fantastic. And there's kind of a Goodbye Eri reference of like one of the big action spreads of chapter 98 of like the first one back.
Yeah. I was
like, oh yeah, I fuck with this. So it's kind of cool.
I've been joking that I feel extremely serviced as somebody who, because of how good the 3 one-shots that came out after Chainsaw Man Part 1 finished were, I was almost like, man, I kind of just want more one-shots. Like, yeah, I know I'm really gonna like Chainsaw Man Part 2, but like, I want to see what kind of shit Fujimoto has cooked up that's totally otherworldly.
Yeah. But
I have found that that's more or less what I'm getting so far. And I know that it'll roll itself into Chainsaw Man's world and story proper in a way beyond what it already has, and I'll be excited when it does. But it feels like kind of like Fujimoto's a creator where I genuinely can't envision not going through his entire body of work as it was created. Like at least from Fire Punch forward, it is so fucking rewarding in a way that it is for, you know, only a handful of other artists. It's so cool. Like he really, I mean, he just is the most exciting person in the medium for me personally. So like it's absolutely.
just so many cool ideas, so much like humanity, and so much like you can feel kind of like lived experience behind a lot of what he's writing. It's not coming from nowhere. It's not coming from some like weird just thing he has, you know, like it's just like whatever weird things that he has psychologically, you know, like all those very mean dark-haired women, and so you know like that's all coming from somewhere real. That is some real shit and stuff, and I feel like
some real shit.
I feel like you can really tell though, you know, you can really
and I
tell.
think that's why it connects with people so broadly, and in so many different ways. Yeah,
like you have people that I think are looking at it the wrong way, that are probably younger, that are kind of just here for like the cool like bombast and everything. But it's interesting that you see just as many, if not more, people that are like either older or kind of people just that enjoy more like contemplative or artsy manga and stuff, also enjoying it like just as much, but for like a completely different reason and stuff. And I think Fujimoto's being very smart and how he balances that, and how he like kind of I don't know, like I don't think he's necessarily feels he has to serve both audiences. I just think he's doing what he wants, and I just think that coincides with like with where people want to see it and stuff, and where people want to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just awesome. So, you know, we'll talk about it here and there, and so like, it'll come up again and again, and so I'm sure. But
yeah, I love his work so much. It is so exciting to read something with so much creative energy packed into every moment.
Yeah.
I think that it's really exciting to consider the fact that we have the entire career of someone who is no doubt going to go on to be completely legendary ahead of us. Like, this is something that in our adult lives, I don't think we've really gotten to see with so much promise, but something where there are so many examples, so many like once a decade examples in the medium. And, like, you know, I know we've made the comparison between Chainsaw Man and Devil Man in a lot of instances, but I really think that like we're kind of seeing one of those like tides turning, like revolutionary careers for the way manga is able to feel with people like Tatsuki Fujimoto. And I don't mean to say that it's just him, certainly not. Both in terms of the fact that he has assistants who are doing really, really incredible work. But also just the fact that there are other people who are a part of that back and forth conversation with him on an artistic level. I think I don't know, it's just really incredible stuff. I think I think it's really helped by the fact that he isn't, I mean, he is now like, you know, wrapped back up in this longer serialization, but compared to other artists, like he hasn't been doing this uninterrupted for like 8 years, right? And stuff, like a lot of other Jump authors and stuff. Like Oda is someone that is like bursting with so much creative energy, and he gets to express a lot of that in just individual arcs and so many of these story ideas that he has in One Piece. But he also definitely has been writing the same manga for 25 years. Right.
So, whereas Fujimoto gets to take a break and then go, hey, here's a novel about making manga. Here's a novel about how much I love movies, you know? And he gets to just like express that and then like do one and done, you know, and then just like move on, go into the next thing and stuff. And you get to see those ideas still like in concert with everything else, like in, you know, like a lot of Goodbye Eri and Look Back is in Fire Punch. A lot of that is in Chainsaw Man and everything. Like it all feeds each other. And it's just super awesome to get this library of this guy. And also the fact that we're coming in sort of early into his career, and in the West, pretty much everything's going to be published. We're getting the one-shot collections where we have Fire Punch already out. We have Chainsaw Man out. Where we're getting Look Back, we're getting Goodbye Eri. Like, we're getting everything. So, like, you know, it's not going to be something where people are going to be, like, waiting for decades, like with Tezuka or, like, you know, whoever else and stuff. And or Junji
I mean,
Ito.
even just thinking about how much manga from guys like Go Nagai we only have because they've been sporadically fucking translated and dumped online barely with any context. It's really crazy. Like part of the work that I've been putting in behind the scenes is like, you know, I've been looking to go back to the roots of a lot of different genres and trends in manga and anime and games. And like, did you know that not even a page of Tetsujin 28 Go has ever been scanlated?
That is really amazing. That, like, it's amazing that that's never happened.
In English, I mean.
Yeah, right.
None of, I don't think any of Giant Robo has either.
It's I don't know. Like it's kind of crazy. Like it feels like we're only scratching the surface these days, even with,
Yeah,
with
exactly,
with like 60s and 70s manga in particular.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just that is the stuff I probably get the most excited for, is seeing more Tezuka come out, seeing more of this really old stuff come out. I think by far, like, more than any of the current shonen that I'm, like, crazy about. You know, like, I love Jujutsu Kaisen, I love Chainsaw Man and stuff. More than any of those, if, like, Viz announced plans to do, like, a classics line and release a bunch of old stuff that they've never published here and stuff, like, if they did Roku Danashi Blues, you know, like, super classic delinquent manga and stuff, or they did like just a bunch of other stuff. If they did fucking Kuramada, like the Saint Seiya guy, his boxing manga that ran for like 20 volumes or something before Saint Seiya even came out.
Fucking
Harenchi Gakuen, baby, let's go.
Kyoji no Hoshi.
Yeah.
Like I literally have a point in a video that I'm working on that's like, we as people who care about manga history have the biggest blind spot that none of us even realize, and it's literally that none of us care about baseball.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
The amount of
the amount of formative ass sports manga, specifically baseball manga, that we have never had any interest in reading or having access to is such a big hole in our history. And it's what makes me realize, like, fuck, I really have no excuse when it comes to works from creators that are really beloved. Like, that was why I picked up the Ishinomori Kamen Rider collection. I haven't read it yet. I'm planning to.
It's super cool.
Or why I've been making sure to read more Tezuka, in addition to the work of his that we're going to get into in this episode. I've been reading some of his shoujo stuff. It's why I've been going back and reading, like, I read all of Mazinger Z, and I am working on reading through the first Getter Robo series. Like, it's not even necessarily stuff that I would go out of my way for, because they don't really tend to be in genres I'm super interested in.
Yeah.
But I will go through them because they're there, and I have no excuse not to, as somebody who wants to fully, truly understand the scope of these histories.
I really want to buy fucking like, we're talking about baseball and stuff. I really want to buy fucking Cross Game, because that, like, came out here recently. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to get on that Cross Game tip. I'm trying to read Cross Game.
Yeah, I actually literally today added all of Adachi's early manga to one of my Tachiyomi libraries.
His art style is so good. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's also extremely relevant to a video that I'm working on, which is, you know, it'll come up eventually.
It'll come up.
It'll come up eventually.
But yeah, more old manga, please. God damn.
Yeah,
I
would kill to see something like the really big, beautiful Devilman collections, those hardcovers. I would really love to see something like that, but with, say, Demon Lord Dante by Nagai, which I read recently, which is so fucking good. It literally feels like uncovering extra Devilman. But kind of more than that. Like, it's weird how much it functions and plays as its own thing, that also feels like such a treat as somebody who is of the mindset that Devilman is basically the greatest story ever told.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn good. It's only it's technically 2 volumes. I think Wikipedia lists 3. I think the volumes that we have scanlated are like a 2-volume collection that wraps together its original 3 volumes. I'm not really sure. The whole thing is out there. It's super quick. It took me like 45 minutes to read. And it just, like, I had such a big smile on my face the entire time.
Yeah, I like super fucking need to read Demon Lord Dante. I need to get even deeper in the Go Nagai hole. I need to read Cutie Honey as well.
Yeah.
Even if
I haven't
Ano's
actually
movie
read.
is the definitive version.
I haven't read any Cutie Honey because I've osmosed so much of it from its various adaptations.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Ano's film. I found out recently that the live action animation in that film, he referred to it as Honeymation, which I think is so cute. I wish other movies had used that technique.
That's so good. I've been meaning to mention to you and stuff. There's like that like big scene that people like fucking post on Twitter all the time of like it's like the action scene. She like jumps in and stuff, and then like everybody like does like a circle around her and stuff. They like walk in a circle and then they go like the other way around too. That is literally ripped like frame for frame from the first episode of Kamen Rider.
I wish I knew that.
Yeah,
God.
That like the guys walking around her and stuff like in preparation for battle and stuff is like Kamen Rider literally like that is a shot from Kamen Rider.
That is why. That is exactly fucking why I watched all of Ultra Q over this break as well, which is fucking amazing. That show is so incredible. I loved every single second of it, and I'm so sad it's over.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've always wondered about the later Ultra Qs that they did. They did a couple more.
Right.
They had like Neo Ultra Q in the 2000s, but I think those are like explicitly more adult and aired on like midnight channels and stuff, which is like it's like cool that they did that. It's kind of like in the era of like Garo coming out and like people kind of realizing like, oh wait, you can do late night tokusatsu. You can do tokusatsu for weirdos and stuff that and have blood in it and stuff. But part of what makes Ultra Q special is how like general audience it is, you know, and stuff like it's like this horrifying stuff conceptually. Like some of those episodes are like genuinely like, I think the final episode is actually like harrowing. Of Ultra Q, like with the guy waiting on the train. I think that episode actually like really fucking made me like feel some dark shit and stuff, and was like kind of beautiful in that way. But it's like stuff that you can still show to like children and like, you know, not be a cruel person for. So I don't know. Ultra Q is just so special. Like, what was your favorite episode? I just have to ask. Like, just if you want to name a couple.
Oh gosh. I really, really liked the episode with the kid and his turtle.
Yes.
Even though I was really stressed out for a lot of it that turtle was going to be injured on screen. I don't think it was.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed the episode where the kid turns into the money hungry.
Yes. Kanegon.
Monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. Geez. There was I really loved the episode with the tiny city just for how simultaneously how distressing it is as a concept.
Yeah.
And also just how smart all of the effects are.
Yeah.
And all the tricks there. The episode where people are just like disappearing has like a really incredible effect as well.
Yeah.
like obviously I'm gravitating to it from like that special effects perspective largely because it was just such a fucking treat to look at. Even when it's not explicitly doing special effects stuff, like the energy in like where the camera goes and how it moves and how often it's cutting and how it's framing things through other things. Like no wonder it was the most expensive TV show ever made at the time of its creation, you know?
Yeah. It's great. The video, if you look up Explode When Defeated on YouTube, the video that I did on Ultra Q is probably one of the ones that I feel the most proud of looking back.
I went back and watched that after I finished
really?
Ultra Q. Yeah, because I was like, well, now I'll actually be able to appreciate like the full extent of the things that you're saying about it. And I did.
Yeah. It's like it's just one of the
video.
ones that like, I feel like I was able to dig in somewhere that I wasn't expecting to.
Yeah,
and stuff, and then
definitely.
just kind of talk about some stuff. It's just such a cool show.
I have some friends who have said, like, I really enjoyed Ultra Q. It has some of my favorite episodes of television, period. And then I tried to watch Ultraman, and it was a lot more formulaic, and I found myself falling off of it. And I'm a little worried that I'll wind up in the same boat with it. I would really like to get through the trilogy of Ultraman, Ultra 7, and Return of Ultraman.
Yeah.
Just as, like, kind of covering my main bases for those early hits.
Yeah, I think...
that had kind of the most seminal effect.
I think it would be super worthwhile to do that. And I think you'll surprise yourself with how many episodes you do enjoy, but... you can always hit me up if you feel like you want to watch just the best ones or something after a certain point.
Yeah.
Especially if you go on the Ultraman wiki and for Ultraman and Ultra 7. And if you see any of the director credits and it says Akio Josoji, you must watch that episode. It's required because Akio Josoji is basically the guy that Ono owes everything to. Like his visual language, the way that you get like kind of like it's like a specific sort of close up that he does. Some of the lighting stuff that he plays with. Akio Josoji was on that tip, and like Akio Josoji is one of those old guys. He is dead now, and so but he's one of those old guys that was like on some shit and stuff, and is like some sort of weird pervert in a way that like I can't exactly in a way that I've like will not condemn him for because I don't know enough about his other output, but I definitely know that he made some like sex films also and stuff like on the side and stuff like he was making some art sex films and stuff.
I recently picked up a book about the history of pink films. I'm really excited to crack into that.
I've always wanted to kind of look into that and stuff and like just explore eroticism and art in a bit more of a healthy way.
Yeah,
than,
there's so much more of it out there than I think we assume. Like art that deals with that sort of thing in a way that can be approached.
Right.
Oh, this is the dude who made Rompo Noir.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to see this movie for ages.
Yeah, Akio Josoji is like really special. Like legitimately his episodes on Ultraman and Ultra 7 comprise like a lot of my favorite episodes of TV like ever. And so like I think episode 23 of Ultraman is like maybe my favorite on certain days if you ask me and stuff. Like it's just like that is it's just masterful. And it zeroes in on my favorite character of the show, who is definitely not the guy that is Ultraman, because he's actually kind of boring, that character. But it's a good thing that the show doesn't really focus on him all that much. He focuses on the other weird guys that he works with, and it focuses on a particular one of them that like has like some interesting hang-ups. That is, it's just cool.
Right.
But yeah.
I honestly may ask you for an episode guide of sorts.
Yeah, I think I can throw that.
I think that might be pretty helpful, because I am feeling like it took me a good bit to get through the 28 episodes of Ultra Q, and then I'm looking at the 39 and then 50 some odd for the later works, and I'm feeling a little
it's a little daunting,
out of my depth.
Yeah. Like I'm used to it because like long media, like I'm impervious to it at this point. I don't care. But like I totally get it. I'll hit you up and everything. I will say, like, at the very least, watch the first two and then see how you feel, and then
I've seen the first episode and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I was really charmed by the fact that I jumped into Ultraman and immediately got to see Hiroko Sakurai again.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh cool, like there's someone here to ground me, even though she's obviously playing a totally different character.
Yeah, she's so good.
Yeah, she's just got such a like strong presence on screen.
Yeah, she's great. I think oh no, yeah, I'll see about that. And so I'm gonna have to throw in a few like funnier ones for you and stuff like.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. Yeah, I don't just want like stuff that's like story relevant or whatever.
Or
A good friend of mine put together some Sailor Moon episode lists that were basically like, here are the ones that are strictly plot necessary, here are the ones that I think are still really worth watching, especially if you want to see more of certain characters or certain things. Here are the ones that I think are outright bad.
Right.
And that was really helpful for me because I could kind of find myself picking up more episodes when I was really enjoying things and kind of trimming the fat a little bit when I was getting sort of tired of the
there's an episode of Ultraman.
The pace.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was really lagging on getting those last few words out.
There's an episode of Ultraman that I think it's like episode 10 where they legitimately like they actually use just the Godzilla suit at the time. And
yeah. That happens in Ultra Q as well.
Oh right, yeah. They have it's the first episode.
They just put some hair on him.
Yeah. But this one they put a shitty like frill on his neck, and and like yellow paint on him and stuff. Like just like gives him like a splotchy like little yellow paint job or whatever. And the way in which Ultraman kills him is like actual overkill. It's hilarious. Like it's way too violent.
I really did find like the violence, the kind of like animalistic nature of Ultraman's fighting techniques in that first episode to be very jarring.
Yeah, it's like wrestling but untrained, and it's really weird to watch it. Yeah. It's like whoa, like he literally is just showing up and immediately like he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's like, I don't know, there's like a weird amount of characterization you can pull from the alien Ultraman, just from the way that his suit acting is and everything that like may or may not have been intended, but I think is really interesting to kind of pull from. It's just like he doesn't even know what he's doing. He's just he just recognizes this monster as some sort of threat and is trying to like contain it. And so I think an interesting thing about Ultraman 2 is that like I feel like generally its vibe is to try to like be more about like I don't think it's like sometimes it's completely and utterly cruel to the monsters that it's about and stuff, but also some other times it's like, okay, we just need to like make sure this guy goes somewhere else or something, or
right,
or you know like just trying to like contain something or whatever. Like it's not consistently like, I don't know, there's some people that kind of have like a read on it that's like a cop show, and that it's like these things from a different planet and stuff, you know, like it's like these invaders and stuff, and they're like vanquishing these invaders. I don't think it's exactly that. I think there's more going on, and like that there's less of like the weird conservative undertones I think some people can see in it. I don't think it quite has those.
It feels like they are animals, in a lot of instances,
right? And
I'm realizing, I won't say much about it because I know you haven't seen it, but I feel like that kind of, especially in Ultra Q, the things that I was getting out of Ultra Q proved to kind of set me up perfectly to go and watch Nope.
Interesting. I have to watch that film.
I won't say anything more about it for your sake, other than that I loved it, and I wasn't really in love with anything he'd made prior. Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
I really wanted to
Yeah.
in both cases, but just couldn't fully click with them.
Yeah.
But this one, I'm head over heels for completely.
I haven't seen Us. I'll watch it sometime. I hear it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, really, really loved Get Out, but I think more of like a I loved it from my head, you know, like where I was like, this is a really ingenious debut. It's really smart. It does a lot of things really well and everything, but it's not like something that I'm just like, oh my god, like one of my favorites, you know. But this seems to have some real potential, and I love that I know zero from the trailer. Like I've seen the trailer a couple times, just from going.
I didn't even know there was a trailer.
Yeah.
I literally saw somebody review it on Letterboxd
Right.
and say, yeah, he's really good at making horror movies. And I was like, oh shit, he's got a new movie. I should go and see it. And then I went and saw it. I literally didn't know anything but the name.
I saw the trailer a couple times watching other movies in the theater, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to see this trailer again. But it was nothing I like actually like zeroed in on or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some shit in there that, if you don't love that movie, I'll be shocked. There's some stuff in there that I felt extremely targeted by.
Ooh, okay. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked.
Yeah.
So do you want to talk about the book of the hour, or do you want to look at another question? Let's
look at another question really quickly. Let's see. V says, Number Girl have come up on the podcast a couple of times, so I was wondering, if you had to, what are your favorite records of theirs? Personally, I'd pick Sappuke, though I finally got around to listening to their Sapporo Omoide in my head live record for the first time, and I'm obsessed. Yeah, Sappuke is my favorite.
I actually think I'm a weirder, like, I'm a numb heavy metallic guy.
I was for a long time. I think for a long time I was like, my brain says numb heavy metallic, my heart says Omoide in my head.
Right.
Or Schoolgirl Bye Bye, excuse
Right.
me. Their first record. Because I think that first record is just such a sweet little thing. But I think as I've gotten older, the weird stuff that crops up in Sappuke and how much it keeps those song structures dynamic really tickles the back of my brain. Like, I think Yurei is my favorite song of theirs.
Yeah. Like,
just because I think it's such an ingeniously put together song.
Yeah. I mean, regardless, like, their whole discog is fucking insane. And
they're one of few bands where I think that it could very well be an even four-way split if you asked people which record is their favorite.
Yeah. It's really, really, like, incredible body of work and everything, which makes me kind of understand the possible trepidation and or reluctance and or just straight up denial of, like, making new stuff even though they're doing shows again. Because, like, it would really...
Are they recording new material?
No, I don't think so. That's what I'm saying, is that, like the idea... The idea of them recording something new and it having to stand up to this very small point in time where they recorded those 4 albums, you know? Which is, like, what, like a span of, like, 5-6 years or something? Absolutely insane and stuff. So it's, like, kind of hard... You know, so I would not blame them if they just went out of their way to just never record anything else again. As if I also wouldn't exactly blame them if they did try, but either way, I'd be excited. But like, I would be, you know,
definitely.
But yeah, Numb Heavy Metallic. I don't know. I just think it like, I don't know. It just feels so well realized.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, like. For my money, like, I don't know, Manga Sick is, like, maybe my favorite Number Girl song. Like, it's
really amazing.
It has everything, and it has everything, and those things are, like, few in number. It's just loud, like, it's just loud, aggressive, attacky, like, guitar. The pangiest snare you'll ever hear in your life, and like. And just sheer just aggression, but like tempered and really, really, I don't know, just very pointed aggression, and it's just so sick. It's just so sick. I love that song so much. That's a song that immediately just upon hearing the riff will make me want to just break something or just go crazy.
Absolutely.
It just makes me want to dance. But yeah, incredible stuff.
And then V also asks, I've been on a massive Susumu Hirasawa kick recently, excuse me, lately, and have been thinking a lot about his use of voice synthesizers in Vocaloid. I know that's a huge part of Hazel's project, and as someone who's never delved deeply into the scene, I was wondering if you'd recommend checking, who you'd recommend checking. Bonus points for weird. As far as weird or interesting uses of voice are concerned, if you want to take it back to the source, oh god, what is the actual name of the record that Sportsman is on?
Oh god, shit.
I can picture the album cover so vividly in my head. But I can't picture the
Haruomi Hosono.
Philharmony.
There we go.
That record by Haruomi Hosono is, I think, a really good kind of look back at how the use of voice sampling and recontextualizing has come. And then as far as proper Vocaloid stuff, he's really popular, so you've probably already heard him talked about plenty, but I really love Kikuo. I think he's one of few Vocaloid producers who is striving for using those synthetic voices in ways that transcend human speech and human voice and human humanity. It's so it all really coalesces into its own thing, I think, and is super unique. His use of Vocaloid. As far as the other stuff that I think is really inventive in its use of sampled voices in that sphere, god, I know there's a lot, and I know that I'm blanking on it. I mean, if you want some good old-fashioned shoegaze, both Meek Gazer compilations are some of my favorite shoegaze records, just because I think Vocaloid naturally pairs very well with that kind of sound. I think that's my answer.
Yeah. I have no real input on Vocaloid.
That's all good.
On vocal synthesis, I don't really know. I feel like one of the things that comes to mind is there's a lot of fake voices in oh god, I forgot the name of the band. Shinsei Kamate-chan and stuff. There's
that's
a
really, really good pull. A lot of vocal manipulation and a lot of really, really interesting directions.
Especially their output from the late 2010s, or sorry, late 2000s, early 2010s. When I was into them and stuff. I think they've kind of lost me now because they kind of zeroed in on doing a thing, and I'm kind of tired of hearing that thing now. I'm just kind of all right, but there's a specific block of a couple records of theirs that I think is really cool for that specific thing. I don't know.
I have a really hard time going back to that band.
It's kind of tough. But so.
But I think it's well worth it. Should we get into... I think we should continue to tease things out. Do you want to talk about a very special little band we've been listening to?
Fucking fuck yes. Absolutely. 100%.
Let's go.
So I'm so excited. I was just listening to some shit on Spotify, and ran across this band that completely and utterly blew me away. They only had 2 records in the in like the late 90s. Their second record came out in 2000, and then they broke up. And the band is called Calipers. And my good friend and very, very smart, intelligent, interesting friend, Bleach, we'll call him because that's his screen name. He called them the Missing Link band and stuff in the Japanese, like in that Japanese like scene and stuff. Like you have all this DNA floating around from like Number Girl and like Koltar of the Deepers and just all of this like kind of post-hardcore stuff. And Calipers is this band that just like, oh fuck, they've been there this whole time, and they like tapped into something completely and utterly special that no one else had, and no one else like still has, because I have been listening to their second record, Yurashitsuzu Keru, like religiously, like daily.
It is.
I've been listening to it.
Outrageously fucking good. It's crazy.
It's like one of the best written rock records I think I've ever heard. Just the structures of the songs. It feels so natural. It feels so... it just feels right where every one of those songs goes. And so it feels like exactly where you want it to go.
Yeah.
And there's so many like just weird, cool things that they try on that thing. Especially their like use of keys.
I have never heard a low piano in a post-hardcore song before.
Right. The second song ending with that piano, that low piano and stuff, is like genuinely like completely fucking mind-blowing at the end of that song. The chorus of 8x1 having like this like kind of jaunty like dun, 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 fucking perfect. It's utterly fucking amazing. Like, and I want to just there's this, it's like loaded with songs that are like, I think what's also impressive about it is just how long the songs are and how effortless it is to listen to them. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of 6-minute tracks on there, and like none of them feel like they're 6 minutes. I don't know, like how
and then what do you know? Red fucking alert! Their first record, as has been the ultimate theme in this podcast's music discussion. Their first record has a song with the front woman of BP. Doing vocals.
What?
That song is fucking incredible.
What an amazing thing, you know, that happened. Like just the fact that like you just dropped Golden BP on me in the first episode of this show, and it's just come up every fucking episode. That like we're just
and
unearthing.
The fact that I literally found them out in the most backwards fucking way, compared to how other people find them.
God, like, oh man, yeah. So yeah, there's like a BP connection. Their song from their first record, Curve 2, is a fucking complete masterwork. It's like it's just one of the best songs
incredible.
ever written. It's
I literally went back and looped it like over and over again. It's like after I first heard it,
it's chills inducing and stuff. On Yurashitsuzu Keru, like. Yokon, Sion, and Saburo no Suki are like my favorite tracks on there. All three of them like legitimately make me kind of emotional how good they are.
yeah. Like it feels so like triumph,
Yeah.
like such a triumph that it's hard not to be like, man,
Yeah.
music.
Yeah, like Yokon has like the perfect chorus.
Yeah.
Sion like trails off in the most fascinating fucking way. Where like it has like this structure. It has like these kind of yelled verses and stuff, and then these choruses with just the most brilliant use of like backing vocal like by the rest of the band and stuff, like because it's like faint and it's kind of like low, like there's like a bass to it, and like it's just kind of, I don't know, it just really kind of brings out that chorus so well and stuff. And then the way that like they repeat that and stuff, and then fucking the way that just progresses, it like turns into like kind of like just a guitar like kind of jam session at the end of it. But it's got such direction to it. It doesn't feel aimless. And so when it just builds in just this like, I say it builds, but it's not like a post-rock thing. Like it just keeps going in like just such a beautiful way and stuff. And then like by the time it ends, it's like, holy shit, I went on a journey. And Saburo no Suki has just the most brilliant like pause before the final chorus like ever. I was like it gives me chills. I don't know, I just can't stop talking about how good the record is. It's like, I'm so glad I found it, and then I sent it to you, and then we were like, oh shit, and stuff. Like I think I also was comparing it to Bloodthirsty Butchers, and then that kind of that kind of struck up a bit of an interesting contrast that I think we were kind of thinking about ourselves with taste. That I think is kind of interesting, like the way that both of us kind of approach songwriting. You can kind of look at between like how devotedly fucking in love I am with Calipers, and then you are with Bloodthirsty Butchers. Like, I mean, you're like the biggest Bloodthirsty Butchers fan I know, and there's a lot of people that like that band. So, you know, and it's just like, it's just so cool. Yeah.
But, like, I think for me, it's like, I think initially I was describing it from a songwriting perspective.
Yeah.
But as I've thought about it more, I've come to realize that I think it's a little bit more like, what I love so much about Butchers in contrast to Calipers is like, it is music that is written a certain way and structured a certain way in such a fashion that nearly sounds like necessity, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the sense of like, I've got this thing buried in me that I just gotta get out in whatever fashion it naturally comes out in. And I think that is really incredible, and really is still really unique about their sound is just how like it feels like more natural than I think most songwriting feels to me. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm blanking on quite how to articulate it, but there's a kind of immediacy to the songs and the way that they're put together and the way that they feel that I think is very distinct. Whereas like with Calipers, it definitely makes sense that they made 2 records and then broke up purely from a sonic level, because it's like, how do you write song, like how much work has to go into each and every one of those songs for them to come out as perfect and fully formed and fully realized as they do. Whereas I think like Butchers is very like, their songs can kind of leave you feeling like you want more, but in a way that almost feels kind of productive in that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I love Butchers as well.
That's not to say that they're even laterally comparable. This is just simply one vector where I think comparing the two is really interesting.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, it's really crazy. So I'm going to be so mad if I ever find a Calipers interview and they're just like, oh yeah, we're just jamming. We're just doing whatever.
Just hanging out.
Yeah. That's like I saw an interview with Shudder to Think about Pony Express record, which I think is an immaculate fucking rock record. I've talked about it before, and it's like kind of proto math rock, kind of similar to Caliper's in terms of like the way that it's like different from like what math rock is, but it's still like you can definitely see the connective tissue. But like I saw like an interview with Shudder to Think, and they really were just like, yeah, we just like put our hands in places on the guitar that kind of feel right and stuff. And it's just like you're either
every goddamn proto fucking post hardcore and math rock band was just like, yeah, we just thought we were making punk music,
right? Yeah, everyone,
every single one,
and it's, you know, like after a point, it's like either you're bullshitting me, or it's true, and I'm so mad that I can't see the Matrix like you can clearly, and so I can't just naturally feel masterpiece music flowing from my fingertips. But
I also think it's really interesting how that first Caliper's record, I felt really rewarded as somebody who spent a lot of time listening to seminal American 90s alt rock.
Yeah.
And then listening to that first record and seeing the ways in which it is kind of a pastiche and the ways in which it breaks off from that.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of almost feels like there's like a song for every big band of that era that then kind of breaks off from its initial inspiration and becomes something of its own. Like, listening to that record made me want to go back and listen to Built to Spill.
Right, yeah.
And which I went and did, and that band rocks. I think Built to Spill is probably my favorite of the 90s alt rock bands.
Yeah. They're up there for me. I can't really.
It was just really like, it feels like getting like the most immediate, most refined version of those those bands, and then again like watching them kind of evolve and become something to themselves, and then that second record is just in a league of its fucking own completely.
It kind of feels like two different bands. It's kind of nuts.
Right.
How distinct those two records are. They're more distinct than most people's records are from each other.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time passed. Your Suzuki was like 2000. Lost was only 98. So
I think it was 2 years.
2 years, and it feels like 4 albums happened in between those two.
Yeah, literally.
Because Lost feels like a first record in like the best way, and so, but Yorishi Suzuki feels like it's like their Yukari Telepath, and Yukari Telepath is like Coulter's like 7th album or something. And so like it's like absurd, and so it's like it really is. It's
deep enough into their career that I still haven't heard it.
It's so good. You'll love it. I think you will really like.
Yeah.
But I will definitely predict that it will not be your favorite, because I think the ways in which it is definitely my favorite are going to be ways in which that we kind of differ on certain things. That's interesting. I like. But yeah. I don't know if I'll have another space to say it, because like we're in the music section and stuff. But I need to mention also the new album Hiss by Wormrot is like the best. It's like the best metal album I've heard this year. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. You sent me a track from that. It was fucking bananas.
I sent you the final track, and that final track is like genuinely jaw dropping. It is like. And it's not even because it's like heavy. It's because it like introduces an element that that like, I guess it, like in terms of the record, it's like a motif. But if you're just listening to the final song of that record by itself, it's like a completely different experience, because you're not expecting this element to show up at any point. So it just like fucking shows up and blasts you and stuff. It's fucking like, what is it, like viola or violin or something? It's like.
I think so, yeah.
But it's not like a gimmicky thing. It just fucking like keys into like the exact emotion that the song needs, and it just kicks it up like 10 notches instantly, and it's just the coolest shit. yeah, so that whole thing is great, and I haven't listened to it yet at the time of recording, but also shout out to Chat Pile and their album God Country. I'm absolutely positive it's fucking awesome, so please check it out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, and fucking speaking speaking of 90s alt rock.
Oh yeah.
On a whim, I went and watched the documentary 1991, The Year Punk Broke.
Oh, right.
I think Thurston Moore might literally be the most annoying dude who's ever lived.
That's crazy. There's so many annoying dudes.
Yeah, but I think he manages to trump them all.
Yeah, Thurston Moore. Man, I like Sonic Youth, but I don't like him enough to...
I think for a long time I tricked myself into thinking that I did, and I think that documentary finally made me realize that I actually don't and never have.
I like Sonic Youth, but I don't think I like him enough to love Thurston Moore. You know what I mean? I'm not there at all. And also, whenever I say I like Sonic Youth, I enjoy both Daydream Nation and Goo and the Washing Machine album or whatever. But you know, but it's not. I'm not like a lifer or whatever. But yeah, I saw your review whenever you posted it of that movie, and it made me laugh. I was like, oh yeah, of course. I was like, yeah, it's like, this does sound like it definitely would be the most annoying shit ever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's a lot of watching him vaguely postulate about commercialism in rock music while also making sure that he makes the biggest possible mess for the fucking cleaning staff at each and every venue they go to clean up after him.
Yeah.
I don't know, I have kind of a thing about food waste, so seeing the way they would just fucking throw food on each other and spill shit on the floor for fun, I was like, man, fuck you guys.
Yeah, because they're not gonna fucking pick anything up or do anything with it and stuff. I don't know. I'm like, I think I'm a pretty. I think I'm a fan of breaking shit, but I feel like at shows and stuff, but it's gotta be your stuff. It gets way shittier when it's a PA that isn't yours, and it's this these poor motherfuckers running this fucking bar PA system and stuff happen to be well, we gotta buy another speaker because this noise band sucks, and so and so
literally.
But yeah, but I can't exactly be completely down on bullshit like that and stuff, because I'm such a huge fan of the Dillinger Escape Plan, and part of it definitely does have to do with the fact that they would light shit on fire and stuff, and it's yeah, I don't know, that's cool. but I totally get the I don't know, the stomach churning nature of it and stuff, But that movie. Did we definitely talked about the Spider-Land documentary here. Okay, so I think that was I think it was a few episodes ago.
I think we did. Yeah. That documentary kicks ass.
Yeah, I just want to make sure of that it was mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah. I just saw that Lance Bangs made a documentary about Pavement, which is my other favorite 90s alt rock band, so I should go and give that a listen. Fun fact for all the historians out there, it was a coin toss between Twinkle Park being named Twinkle Park and being named Summer Babe after the Pavement song of the same name.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm glad I went with Twinkle Park.
Yeah, ultimately. Feels more true to the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking Lance Bangs makes a cameo appearance. Actually, not even a cameo. It's a featured appearance in the Channel 5 video about fucking oh god, what is it? Fish concerts. It's really funny, and so because they introduce him and Slint is playing, and so and it's I don't know, it's the editing of that Channel 5 video kills me and stuff, because it's we're here with Lance Bangs, and it cuts to him and they play the loud part of Breadcrumb Trail, and it's yeah, you would do that because it's like that's the guy that's the guy that likes Slint.
Yeah.
And I like added them on Twitter because I really wanted to know if they already liked Slint before or if Lance Bangs got them into Slint there when they were talking about Fish concerts. Yeah. That's.
Did you get a reply or did they?
No, I
never.
never got a reply.
Sons of bitches.
Damn you, Andrew,
God damn it.
you motherfucker.
Fucking cowards. Come on the pod. Come on the podcast, you motherfuckers.
Come on the pod and squash this beef. Let's
squash this fucking beef.
I need to ask Slint questions.
Yeah. Do you want to hit up another?
Yeah. Speaking of questions.
Speaking of questions.
Right.
Aragorn asks, I know you two came down on the side of bunny girls in episode 30, but I must ask, do you think cat girls should have 2 ears, i.e. just the cat ears, or 4, i.e. 2 cat ears and 2 normal human ears?
Oh, fuck me. I don't know. I hate that I just don't know. I don't know.
I think that it is really fucked up when you see a cat girl wearing headphones.
Right.
Like the normal way, and
Yeah.
you have to contend with the fact that she's probably smooth over that part, or that just like hair grows over all of it. I don't like thinking about it. But something about having 2 sets of ears, like, does that mean the top ones are purely aesthetic?
They're just for
does
show.
Does that mean
Yeah.
that she hears twice as good? It's a lot to contend with.
Yeah, it's like, I don't, because it really makes you question your conceptualization of the cat girl / the bunny girl, because like
right
like now okay, god damn it, now I'm looking up the bitch from fucking Final Fantasy 12 and being like, wait, does she have like regular ears or
yeah, you gotta get in there.
Yeah,
in that
I gotta know.
Get all up in that model.
Final Fantasy 12 bunny girl. Please. I don't know what
Folks, it is 10 o'clock at night, and it is still so hot during this miserable fucking heat wave that I'm trying my hardest to make sure none of my body is touching any other part of my body.
Oh my god.
My poor cat, we've been giving him fucking frozen, like, heating pads. They're the heating and cooling pads. Right. We've been freezing them and just slipping them underneath him, and he's just been completely, like, just making sure that he's totally covering them to get as much of the cold from them as possible.
Oh my god.
My poor little boy is overheating. I'm overheating. My poor little wife is overheating. I've been taking cold baths every day to try to get my body temperature low enough to stomach it for longer.
It's so fucking hot. It's so fucking hot, and it's so humid. It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, it's really humid here as well. So I just feel like really miserable and sticky, and I can't use these adjectives. I'm on the internet. It doesn't work this way.
Results are fucking inconclusive, which is horrifying.
That's horrific.
Because
I kind of feel like it's better that we don't know.
Because I'm looking at Fran or Fran. I don't know how it's pronounced in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play it soon, but I'm even looking at the extremely fetishistic like fan art too to see like what people are doing, but like no, it's like it is they like okay, so like she's wearing like a headdress or like a she's wearing like a helmet, and then she has hair like puffed out of the like helmet on the places where those ears would be and stuff, so like you just can't see like they went out of their way to character design the ears out, but like in a way that doesn't answer the question, which is very fucked.
That's really fucked.
I don't know what to say. I don't know. The only way to get a true answer and stuff, I guess, is to fucking have a very short-haired cat or bunny girl, or someone has to be brave enough to draw like a bald bunny girl or a bald
Right.
Catgirl. So we have to see the sides of
Yeah.
that head, man. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's horrifying. I think the alternative also needs to be to for like for fan artists everywhere to R&D what headphones would be like for cats.
Right.
Like and earbuds is cheating. You can't just put earbuds in them and call it a day. It's like you gotta engineer like what would the headphone be like if we decided to invent headphones for cats and stuff. So send all submissions to podspiritpod@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Please,
I need to make a really quick
free.
call to action.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Do what feels right.
Yeah. Anyway,
don't do things.
Don't do things
for other people.
Yes.
Until 2022.
Yeah. Don't do things for people.
I need to make an open plea to anybody listening.
Okay.
Can we please get Neon White on PS4? I don't want to play it on Switch, and my computer cannot. I don't think my computer will be able to run it at full speed.
Yeah.
I just really want to be able to play it at beautiful 1080p without any weird Switch issues. Both of our Joy-Cons are drifting, and I don't want to have to tear them open to fix them again.
Oh yeah.
I would really like to play that game on PS4, please.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That game looks fucking awesome. I really want to play it. Love to see it on PS4.
Neon White devs.
That's all I'm saying.
Neon White devs, come on the pod to announce your.
I know you're listening. To squash this beef.
Yeah, squash this beef, and come on the pod to announce your PS4 version, and not on E3 or anything. Just do it here.
Remaster Room of 1,000 Snakes.
Please. Yeah. Remaster Room of 1,000 Snakes. Put in some quality of life changes. You guys know what. You guys know what I mean. I want to see it 4K, and I want to. I'm thinking maybe put more than 1,000 snakes in there. I don't know. I know it's controversial.
Yeah, maybe Room of 10,000 Snakes.
Yeah,
why not?
Even just 1,001 snakes, and then find the one that's extra. I'd be down.
Or you could do like a Room of 1,000 plus snakes, and then you make people count how many snakes there actually are.
Right, and then whoever actually gets the closest after a certain amount of time, they get the only PS4 version of Neon White. It's only like you guys only made one, and then you can do that. God. Do we have I don't know, do you have like another question, or want to?
Yeah, we can do another one. We can do another one.
Why not? Live a little.
This question comes from an anonymous asker who asks, hey, I was wondering how you deal with embarrassment in relation to your interests. I feel incredibly embarrassed anytime I show people something I'm passionate about due to how it can be perceived. Is this something you've had to deal with yourself with your hobbies? I have a YouTube channel where I assume that the people who are going to be interested are gonna listen. I think I would be really bad about it if I didn't. Like, it's like I tend not to launch into diatribes about things I'm passionate about unless I can be completely certain that the person I'm talking to it about is also passionate about it, or I think that they specifically, I have a good enough read on them to kind of know or to intuit that I think they would also get that much out of it. I tend to kind of, because it is very mortifying to feel like you're talking to somebody who is who you're sort of losing in this thing that you're talking about, that you care about. I find that really embarrassing and really mortifying. So I tend to kind of pick my battles a little bit, so to speak. But beyond that, it's like, I think that yeah, just kind of knowing who you're talking to is a big part of it, and kind of knowing what their interests are. As far as being concerned with how your interests are perceived, I guess I've surrounded myself pretty exclusively with like-minded people who like the same kind of weird fuck shit I like.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes that part a little easy. But I also know that I luck out in that department.
I think for me, yeah, it's definitely like either that I'm with like-minded people, or I'm with people that will give me enough of a benefit of the doubt to not assume that I'm some sort of fucking freak for liking some like kind of weird stuff or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I don't know. I think I kind of shed a lot of those feelings of embarrassment over time, over just getting more comfortable talking about the stuff, and kind of I feel like also I don't know, it like you have to know your audience, you have to know who you're talking to, and know that, like, is this something that even really pertains to their interests and stuff or not? Or but like,
like I definitely have friends who I can go to if I want to talk about a particular Bishoujo game, or I have friends who I can go to if I want to talk about like a mecha series,
right?
Or I have friends I can go to when I want to talk about like a weird fucked up exploitation film. I also really value not talking about things, though. So I don't know if I'm like a very good person to ask about this, because I really do enjoy just kind of keeping certain things close to the chest.
I think that was another part of what I was going to say, is that like I try also not to go too hard on like trying to sell someone on something, or to like kind of blast them with a bunch of info and stuff, just because like it just may not be very interesting to them on some fundamental level, but also it just kind of saves you some effort, I think, emotionally too. Though also doesn't mean like shut up all the time. I feel like also like being able to like answer questions or bring in anecdotes here and there when it comes to certain subjects and stuff, and that kind of like illustrates to someone else that, oh, this person knows what they're talking about when it comes to this, right? And stuff like, in a lot of different friend groups I've been in, people have like asked me, it's like, oh yeah, you know about tokusatsu, you know about shonen comics and stuff, and then ask me some X question about it and stuff, and I think part of that just comes from just the fact of like, I'm not going crazy, I'm not like unloading stuff, but whenever something comes up where I'm just like, oh, that's actually like whenever Evangelion comes up, sometimes I will probably be the annoying person in the room to go like, oh, that's actually like pulling a lot more from Ultraman than it is like Gundam or something, and then kind of explain that and stuff, but like in a way that isn't condescending. Important, very important. In a way that's not condescending, and also like,
well, I think
just kind of shows
that's one of the joys of doing this podcast, is that I feel like you're so good at Alyssa.
Yes, baby.
Do you think a cat girl is better with normal human ears as well as the cat ears, or just the cat ears?
I like it when cat girls just have cat ears, but the hair is styled so that the sides of their head are firmly covered, so that you don't have to confront the fact that they don't have human ears.
Yeah,
that is where we ended up. That's so funny.
Yeah. That's where we ended up.
Glad we're all on the same page with the cat girl discourse.
Yeah. Do you want to answer another viewer question?
Sure. What is it?
Let me pull it up verbatim for you. just this here. But yeah, Nikki, I think one of the joys of doing this podcast with you is that I think you're extremely good at bringing stuff like that up in a way that doesn't feel condescending, that doesn't even think to register as being potentially condescending, but is in fact something that is kind of celebrating more, right, by extension of already celebrating one thing. Like, it's kind of like I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. I feel like that's kind of something I earnestly try to do.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't hear Nikki at all, so if they say something in response to me, I can't reply.
It's okay.
It's all good.
This is the fun game we play.
Didn't I literally say earlier today I'm uncringeable now?
Yeah, you did when we were talking about something unrelated.
So, I mean, I think part of it is curating your friendships. I know that sounds like kind of like a lofty thing to say.
Right.
But it's like, don't make friends with the kinds of people who will make you feel embarrassed for your interests.
Yeah.
Like, a really, really good friend is going to be someone who, like, gives and takes.
Right.
Like, or, I mean, like, you want to foster the kinds of friendships with people willing to give and take. Some friends are just withholding themselves, so you don't want to share what you're interested in, and it feels embarrassing to do so because it's one-sided.
Right.
So it really helps me to find people who are as excited about something as I am.
Yeah.
And that helps me feel less embarrassed.
Definitely.
I really, really hate being in fandoms, but I will say, like, if I'm really into something and I absolutely have to talk about it, it does help to try to find, like, a good fandom friend, because it's like, okay, I know this person's just as invested in talking about this as I am, so now it's not so embarrassing to talk about it.
Right, yeah, definitely.
My other recommendation is get a wife. Because I can always talk to Hazel about anything.
Yeah, you really are the exception, because my answer was kind of like, I have a friend who I can go to if I want to talk about, you know, these things or that thing. Yeah. But I really am able to talk about any of and all of those things with you. Mm-hmm. Both because our circle of overlap is very strong, and also because you're just invested in each other. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love to hear you talk about things.
Wow. I sure do a lot of that.
It's hot out here.
It's really, really
it's so
hot.
Much better in the bedroom.
I'm extremely jealous. But yeah, I think that if you're in a position, like, say you're in school or working a full-time job where you're around people that you can't really pick, I find that it is kind of an art to figure out how to bring things up to them in a way that doesn't feel totally unrelated to their sort of regular wheelhouse. I managed to get a lot of my old coworkers into Midori.
Oh, hell yes.
Through, like, a really weird chain of conversations. And I think that it took, like, a bit to get there, and it certainly wasn't my end goal at any point. But, you know, sometimes you kind of find yourself weaving through topics of conversation, and then you can kind of let those kinds of things eke out, and you can kind of gauge their reactions, you know?
Yeah, totally. I think it's really important to, like, I don't know, like, everybody learns about conversations just forever. like conversations are just such a laborious thing to have to always be learning about, like, how to do it, how to talk with people, how to adjust
extremely
and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I as long as I can talk comfortably and freely, that's, like, the number one thing. So you got to make sure about that for yourself too.
Yeah. The world is a really big place, and there are so many people who share your points of view and your interests, and whose points of views differ but whose interests are the same, and all of that is very enriching in different ways, and it's important to try to seek those out if you're able to, even if it's awkward or uncomfortable in so many ways.
And one of them's your wife, probably, so Just one of those people.
I don't know.
One of those people, probably your wife at some point.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday, if you're real good and you ask Santa
if
real
you're
nice.
So inclined.
Ask Santa real nice. Yeah.
Nikki, have you ever seen any of GoShogun?
GoShogun, I have not.
Okay. It's a early 80s mecha series. I watched a compilation movie that compiled 2 of the films, or 2 of the episodes, and I had a good time with those. And then I watched the finale film, and they turned their mecha anime into a giallo. The robot literally never appears. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so good.
I just wanted to shout that out super quick.
Yeah.
Because I had a blast with it. It's going to come up in a future video that has a brief collaboratory segment in it that I'm really excited about.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were familiar.
I haven't really. I like mecha, but I kind of I have experience with like Gundam more than anything else. I like Eva as well, obviously, but I think the bulk of my mecha my mecha love is actually like from Super Sentai stuff. So it's like seeing stuff built in live action and seeing just a big old robot and stuff. And a lot of those robot designs are fucking impeccable.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I find that like I'm really like not necessarily out of my depth because obviously I can keep up with these, but it is kind of taxing because mecha is really like I've just kind of made peace with the fact that it's not really for me.
Yeah.
Not that I'm incapable of liking any works within it, but that it is a lot of additional work to get into them and to keep up with them and to enjoy them. Like, it feels very tiresome versus other things that are even at times a lot more complicated. And who kind of weave more complicated worlds, you know?
Right. Yeah. It's a lot of the people that I've known that are super into mecha, like more than me, more than even like Wyatt, you know, are like that. They're like super like, and it's like several people that I know of off the top of my head that are like this and stuff, and like they're pretty focused on it and stuff. Like a lot of their anime watching is habits are that, and that super big respect out there and everything for that. But it really is like I'm pretty picky. I pick and choose a lot. At the end of the day, a lot of it is going to be driven by just like, did Tomino work on it? Okay, cool. I will watch this. Yeah. Or is this weird in some fashion? So it's it's either Tomino or like it's Eva, or it's like giant Robo and like giant Gorg and stuff like that. That looks cool.
I've only seen the first giant Robo OVA.
I
that was
also have only seen
ages and ages ago.
I also have only seen the first, and it was insane. It was so cool.
Yeah,
but like
I really enjoyed it.
But it was a lot to process. Like, it was a lot. That is probably the one OVA that I've seen that I'm like, it makes sense that it took years for like each. It took it's 7 episodes over like a bunch of videotapes, and it took years and years to like put this out and stuff. And it's like, that makes sense. That isn't like it makes sense to the point of like, I'm probably gonna have to watch it like that because I don't know if I could just sit here and just watch all 7 of these in a row. It's crazy.
I think it might be time.
Yeah, it's time. So,
do you wanna take an extremely quick BRB?
Probably,
since we've been going for fucking 2.5 hours already.
Probably a good idea. I think maybe we should stop the recording and then 1, 2, 3 clap.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Cool.
Yeah. All right.
So we will be right back.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. It's my my wimpiest handshake yet.
Handshake.
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 handshake. I'm all twisted and turned upside down, but how can you blame me when I've got one of the greatest works of fiction in my very hands? Osamu Tezuka's The Book of Human Insects.
Yeah, this thing is fucking absolutely tremendous. Thank you so much for sending it to me.
Yeah, of course. You gotta spread the good word.
Of course. Good book. Yeah, this is the good book, yeah.
Yeah.
Much better than that other piece of toilet paper that they put in hotel rooms and shit. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, where to start with this thing? It's
yeah, Jesus Christ. So I had seen this at my local bookstore.
Yeah.
Every single time I'd gone in, and every single time it caught my eye. Like, it's such an alluring title, and then it's got that really incredible vertical cover design that they have done for a lot of Tezuka's
their
stuff.
Their trade dress for Tezuka's work is outstanding.
Yeah. Like Blackjack and Dororo in particular.
Yep. Yeah.
Look unfucking real.
I sincerely hope that somehow they swing it and they grab Astro Boy from like Dark Horse or whatever.
Yeah.
And they give Astro Boy like a super nice addition.
Yeah. Yeah, it literally looks so nice that I can't even be mad about the fact that it is flopped.
Right.
Read left to right, which feels very wrong at first.
They flipped it and reversed it.
Yeah, they put the thing down.
Exactly.
But yeah, I just decided to pick it up at a certain point after hearing just a few more whispers about it.
Yeah.
And I read through it. I think I read the first chapter, and then I read all of the rest of it in one sitting, and I felt like out of breath by the time I finished it.
I think I read the
It is such a fucking force.
Yeah.
Such a fucking tremendous force of energy.
Yeah, it's like I read the first half like one night, and then I read the second half another night and stuff, and just
that's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
I think.
This thing is such a force of nature. It feels classic in the way, like, for some reason this is of a piece, and maybe this is just because of my like inexperience with a lot of classic Japanese media from like the 1900s and stuff, around like 1950s, 1960s and stuff, but this kind of feels of a piece in my mind to like stuff like Seijin Suzuki and like Branded to Kill and stuff, and even has like the complexity of...
There were so many 70s films that I kept being reminded of, and then realizing that this predated literally all of them.
Right, yeah, it's like... Yeah, it reminds me of Seijin Suzuki's work and stuff, but with the complexity and the foresight of like Kurosawa and stuff, because I probably the most tremendous, like, I watched a bunch of movies recently, like a lot. If you look at my letterbox, it's tons of like just stupid shit and stuff that I've been watching, and the most tremendous thing I've seen in the past like few weeks is High and Low by Kurosawa. It's incredible. It's a crime movie. I was a little bit too proud of the first line of my review, which is just it's a crime movie. It's a tense thriller with the scope of a documentary and stuff. You know, where it's kind of it feels like at the same time as telling the events, it's able to detach itself and kind of analyze the events as well. And it feels like Book of Human Insects is kind of able to do that too. That's
a really good point of comparison. I've never seen the film, but that tracks very much so.
Yeah, it's like and it's like complex in terms of like the characters, because I legitimately don't think you can root for anybody in High and Low. There's no one There's no one that really is like they're all human, but none of them are likable enough to be like someone that you latch onto, because like they all have just something that bugs the shit out of you about them, and so it's cool and stuff. Like And I think Human Insects is similar. Because...
Should we get into explicit spoilers, or do you think we can outline a lot of what makes this so special just by...
Yeah, I don't want to get into explicit spoilers, but I do feel like...
I think we can kind of talk about things
around
in a sort of
it?
contextless way.
Yeah.
Without worrying too much, I think.
Okay.
Because so much happens. There are so many characters.
So much does happen.
In and out of this thing.
Yeah, it's
that I
great.
think that there's a lot that can be said in fairly explicit detail that won't ruin things or sort of show too much of the work's hand.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
it's really interesting.
Yeah. I was gonna say at the end of the day, if you aren't super if we are not able to super give you a picture of what it's like, it is just like $15 on Amazon. I think it is more than enough worth it for the plunge just to look at it and be like, holy shit, you know? And just see.
It is a fucking marvel. There's a bit early on where there's like, as I recall, I might be getting some details confused. There's like a fairly played straight flashback about two characters' relationship, and then it kind of like weaves so beautifully in and out of like metaphor, like visual metaphor, where like you have gosh, I'm trying to find it. I have the book in front of me, and I figure this is a good opportunity for me to make sure that I'm right on the money with it. So there's a fairly played straight flashback, and then there's this panel, it's on page 61, where with one of the characters has these just like gigantic wings.
This is exactly the one I was thinking of. Wow.
And the woman that he's with is a sort of fairy in sort of a particular Greek scene. I'm not sure if it's a particular one or if it's just sort of trying to evoke that feeling, but it kind of immediately captures the emotional weight that this relationship has had on him, that he sort of is seeing it almost akin to like a Grecian tragedy, that things didn't work out and that things went the way they did. That is and that's like it's like 3 panels out of the whole thing,
right?
Like it continues at that energy ceaselessly throughout its entire runtime.
I'm really fucking astonished by like because I don't know, the thing that fucking amazes me about Tezuka, just from reading this, and like I really need to read my Dororo that I also have and stuff, is that I have to continually like pinch myself and snap myself back into the fact of this guy was doing this shit at like the dawn of comics, basically. Right?
Literally.
Like he's right up there with Jack Kirby, in terms of just like, oh, they just invented this shit and stuff, and like clearly people were drawing pictures and drawing bubbles before them, but they like invented this shit. Like they made it work. They made it special and stuff. Like it's like I think about Jack Kirby's like the first page of New Gods, which is just. It's just a paragraph of setup that makes no sense. It's just it's like I don't know. It's like he put like a Bible verse onto like this page of like complete sci-fi mayhem, and it's like just the coolest thing anyone's ever done. And I think Tezuka does that a lot, and in a way that like I don't know. There's like a playful quality, and I think. There's like a period of manga in like the 60s and 70s, bordering into the 80s, that is so playful. It's people. It's people that you kind of get the impression that they recognize that they are newcomers, or not that they're newcomers, that they're coming into something that's fairly new, and they just get to like play with it and see what works and see what they can make these hapless fools that these publishing companies put on a bookstore, and it's like super fucking cool. There's so much shit in this book that like feels so achingly fucking modern, and it honestly shocks me. Like it's like I think the most modern thing about it are the fearless tone shifts, where like it's able to be kind of almost whimsical and fantastical in like the way that it tells this story about this main character and how she sees herself and how people see her. But then also underlining that is so much fucking grime and there's bodies like being trailed behind, and like some of the actual like scenes of like violence and death are like actually horrific, and so it's like because it's
that bit
so,
where they go to the almost deserted town with that big rod that keeps clanging.
Oh yeah, the industrial
conversation.
That is
it, like even before anything bad happens.
Yeah,
it is so fucking like. You clench your jaw.
Yeah.
In sympathy every single time.
Yeah.
That thing clangs and makes that noise.
And that scene, it like it reminds me of like the I don't know. It reminds me of I don't know that scene. The way it's able to play with tension and the way that everyone is like kind of just so cool about it and stuff. Also, kind of reminds me of like. Takeshi Kitano movies too. Like, have you ever seen Sonatine? It's incredible.
I haven't. I would really like to.
It's incredible and stuff. I think something I've really noticed in some of my recent movie watching is that I'm a really big freak for crime movies. I like seeing I like seeing criminals. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, Dog Day Afternoon. Is like basically the best movie I've ever seen. So I really should watch more. Like I also think you would surprise yourself about like The Godfather, because I just watched Godfather Part 1 and 2 this week. Oh, I know for a fact. I mean, that's, you know, it's in my bloodline.
Yeah, I mean, you are Italian, so it's fucking it's by law you have to. But it's like it's really truly like spectacular stuff. I also watched Thief.
I went to your
Michael
page
Mann.
and I just saw your fucking list.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Your one letterbox list: Star Wars movies that completely and utterly suck fucking ass with no redeeming features or qualities. One film. It's so fucking funny.
I've never had any other reason to make a list on that website. So
that's so fucking funny.
But yeah, no. But Human Insects is like, oh god, it just kills me, and so like it feels.
It's super interesting because I've seen people say that it was kind of Tezuka's almost like a sort of a anxious response to the rise of Gekiga, like adult men's comics.
Yeah,
that he felt like he was kind of being left in the dust by this thing that had sort of birthed itself almost under his nose. And if that's the case, he schooled every single one of those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Like, he really did show him who's boss.
It really is, like, incredible. So I've not read much Gekiga, but, like, I'm familiar enough with the form to know that like Tezuka is like excelling at it, like really handily and stuff. Like he's like he's like I don't know. Like it's the way this story is so confidently told. Like it's like I don't know. I really want to like. I'm so nervous about heaping too much praise on Fujimoto, but it reminds me of Fujimoto only in the fact that like you can tell both of these guys have drawn 1 million comics, and so they got all their bad ideas like way out of the way years ago and stuff, right? So like because Fujimoto, like Like it's like kind of like a I don't even know how true it is, but it's kind of the story around Fujimoto right now that I've seen is that like he pretty much like paid for himself through like college and through like eating shitty food like and living expenses and stuff in college just by winning a bunch of manga like awards and stuff, just by drawing like a fuck ton of one shots, just a million of them. And so I don't know, you can kind of just tell just with how confidently he's telling these stories that feel completely insane and feel like should inspire more fear and stuff. And then you get, you know, Tezuka, and it's like, yeah, like that dude famously has published like actually too many comics. Like I actually don't know if it's even possible to read everything he's done. And so like he's done so many. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know, that like this story like it totally makes sense that it's some sort of anxious response. But the way that it comes off when you read it is like this guy knows what the fuck he's doing.
Utter fucking confidence.
Yeah.
Ceaseless confidence.
Cool as a cucumber. Yeah.
I also think I've seen people sort of reflect on it as something that kind of speaks to a kind of latent anxiety about the changing gender roles in Japan in the 70s and how that interplays with modernization and westernization after World War II.
Right.
And I think that those are definitely things that play into it, although I personally didn't find that it seemed like it was concerned at all with like what role men will then play in the rest of the modern world.
Yeah.
Which I think it's fine if you explore that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that you can't, because I think that is a genuine question that we're still feeling the repercussions of.
Right.
I mean, I think that's why you have so many displaced feeling young men, you know, finding their way to like radical political ideologies and getting scammed by bad faith like fucking like life advice, like here's how to be like a good strong American man. Bullshit.
Yeah, by some guy that eats like that eats just like raw
nothing
meat,
but raw meat
off the counter at fucking Whole Foods. Yeah.
Picking it off the cow. But yeah,
it goes up to vultures like, you gonna finish that? So, sorry.
I think it really does feel a lot more directly concerned with the fact that I think what's so beautiful about this book is that it captures a moment of in-betweenness.
Yeah.
A moment of transition, a moment of, you know, Tezuka thinking like, is this my final time, you know, before the curtain is closed on me for a new generation. It's this time where women are gaining more relevancy in the world and more agency in the world, but where they don't quite have enough to exercise it in the same way that a man can, and how that extends to the theoretically more liberal art world, and where unique trappings crop up there then, and how for a character like the it feels weird to call to identify a singular protagonist, but for Toshiko, you kind of get this feeling that there was no other kind of person that she could have become.
Right.
Like, she is that kind of like Frankenstein's monster, sort of like she's a myth of her own making,
right,
kind of character, which I think is very empathetic. And I know this is kind of a smaller point, but I do think that it kind of comes down to if you find yourself unconvinced in the text itself, I think the title, The Book of Human Insects, is really crucial to the amount of empathy that Tezuka's running with his entire cast. Because I feel like there are certain texts, certain films especially, where its morally gray cast feels universally reprehensible, and that is the gaze that the author is putting them under. But I think that, obviously, like, Tezuka famously really loves insects. His production studio is called Mushi Productions.
Right.
He altered his pen name to include the kanji for insect. And I think that naming this book that is simultaneously like a statement of intent, as well as how he sort of gets into the metamorphosis that insects go throughout the stages of their life. But I also think that it kind of belies a sense of empathy and love for these characters, that he would associate them with these things that he's so endlessly fascinated by and finds so sort of poetic and inspiring and beautiful. And I think that especially kind of sells this as a cast of characters who are sort of like just trying to make it with what they've been given, and what they've been given radically changes who they are. And how they impact one another's lives and the shapes that takes.
I think if this book is about anxiety in any particular way, I also think I kind of took away from it this kind of interesting quality where I feel like he's definitely like, it feels like there's a lot of commenting on artistry and being an artist and being looked upon as an artist, and wondering about how much of that feels earned, or how much of that how much of that is due in part thanks to all the skeletons that lay in your closet, right? And so
absolutely.
There's an element of remorse and of guilt to this that is really fascinating and stuff, like reading an artist kind of almost thought about it. Like, I mean, not that it's like a confession of any kind, but it's kind of like this, just this anxiety of like, by virtue of my success, or by virtue of my dedication to this, who have I left behind, or who,
right?
Or
absolutely.
Or what have I torn up and destroyed? What is left to the wayside by virtue of me taking this path in my life versus another, versus this relationship that I had blossoming, versus this other thing, this opportunity I had. It's like really, really interesting to read from that lens and stuff, and that's kind of primarily, I think, where I was looking at it from, and stuff, just because I think just the inciting incident is so, and just kind of the string of events that kind of form the plot or whatever. It's so kind of on the nose that it's like, wait, this has to be about this, right? And stuff that it really makes you think about that a lot. But I also I do agree with you that I think there is like admiration to this, and that like he doesn't really like, even though it sounds like utter disgust for the characters because they're called human insects and stuff, like I do think like there's a respect to them and to again like these are characters that like really they're really tough to like totally see in like a good light and stuff, like on any level and stuff. Like if they're not reprehensible, they're extremely fucking weird. just in some other respect. And it's like really cool. I don't know. I really am in love with this thing. It's I think it's special.
I'm so glad that we literally refused to talk about this together until it was on this podcast.
We haven't talked about any of this yet. And so everything else, like we talked about Calipers, we talked about Chainsaw Man and stuff in DMs, or not this. This was special, I think.
I think it's so interesting that you have gravitated toward crime movies.
Yeah.
And I think that those pulls are so good, and I'm so glad that we're sort of not overlapping,
right?
In so many ways, and that the things that we specifically gravitated to in it and took out of it are both like equally, I think, true to the text, but also equally true to ourselves.
Yes, because
my mind went straight to elements of, again, some of my favorite 70s films. Like we talked about Dog Day Afternoon.
Yes,
it came up briefly.
Perfect movie.
I think the ways in which it parallels to this are maybe not immediately evident, but I think in terms of how beautifully Dog Day Afternoon captures that specific moment in time, I think it's very similar. But also films like Robert Altman's Three Women, which I think is kind of a similar exploration of female agency in these very sort of turbulent moments in these different characters' lives and how they intersect. I also thought about oh my goodness gracious, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I wish I could think of the other ones. I would need to reread it and make those connections again.
Yeah.
It's just like there's so much that it touches on that I think there's at least something in there that I think will really kind of reach out and grab a person who reads it. Like it's just like the energy at which this thing runs at is so like breathtaking, and like I here's where I'm kind of having trouble thinking about how to articulate certain points. Like it does these really genuinely like abject and transgressive things that are sort of like genuinely accosting, because I don't think you really expect them to be there. Even if you obviously you know that Tezuka's done plenty of stuff for adults,
right?
The way that they happen so completely like naturally, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, like without reservations or compromise, is so like arresting, and then seeing how those things are just sort of matched by every other moment in the plot. Like there's some really crazy shit in here that I think I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. The scope of
all the stuff with the house out in the country, right. We'll say.
Yeah, that is like genuinely like, oh, this is a different type of manga. And
I made the fucking scared Wojak face the first time that happened.
Yeah,
but I genuinely think that it manages to simultaneously be very twisted, but also very poetic and very sad and very beautiful, and you kind of come out of it understanding like what this means to this character and how significant it is for her. And I think you kind of come out of it understanding it in this very twisted way.
Yeah, it's not nudging you ever,
right?
Which is like so important to making this shit work. Is that it's not looking at you for your reaction. It just rolls. It just keeps rolling. Because it's so matter of fact, it's so just like, this is just how these people are. People are fucking weird, man. And so, and like, it just kind of, I don't know, it just rolls with it. It's so confident. It's so confident. And
I read this and Kyoko Okazaki's Helter Skelter almost immediately back to back.
I'm trying to get Okazaki pilled so bad. I have a copy of Pink in my right stuff cart right now. I'm waiting to buy it.
Buy that and Helter Skelter, and I'll PayPal you for both of those. Just let me know what the total is.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm serious. Yeah, we're doing this again.
My sugar hazel.
You got it. These comics are just too goddamn good. You gotta get them in the hands of the people. And I don't even think Pink has been dumped online yet.
Yeah, no,
and Pink is my favorite of her 2 comics that I've read so far.
I'm trying to branch out genuinely. I'll actually look over here at my right stuff right now because I put in some stuff that I don't usually do. One of them is Devilman Volume 2. By the time you hear this,
nice.
I will have already bought it, so you can't fucking steal it from me, you motherfuckers. And so,
yeah, that was fucked up. I almost didn't grab the both of them when I saw that they were in stock again, and I was like, this is probably my one chance.
Yeah, it's so hard to find that one. And I also have Pink. I have Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko, because it comes out on the 2nd. So that's in next week. That first volume of the omnibus, and then I was recommended.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I can still buy that because Seven Seas recognized their union.
Oh yeah, thank God. Whew.
Seriously, it was so dicey for a second.
Yeah. And then I was recommended the manga. I think it's actually a doujin and stuff. An Invitation from a Crab. Which seems super dope, and I'll have to tell you about it sometime.
I actually haven't heard of that. Yeah, you'll have to.
Yeah, I was recommended it by someone, but yeah, it's I'm really trying to branch out because I don't want to show my bookshelf and then it's just Shonen Jump stuff, and I'm like, I promise, guys, I'll read other things, but Human Insects is just if it just felt so good to be reading it and being like, oh man, this is history I'm holding in my hands. It feels good. This is comics, baby, comics. I love it.
Yeah. I've been reading a lot of stuff that really makes me just shake my fist in joy for the medium of comics, the medium of sequential art.
Yeah. It's so good. I mean, I think I've...
Do you have a favorite page or panel from this, do you think?
Oh, from Human Insects?
Yeah.
Let me look at my book. I will say, hold on. I was flipping through and I did see something I especially liked. What's yours if you have one on...
Mine is page 203. I tweeted this after I read it. It is these kind of it's a series of columns of panels that sort of continue to skew diagonally up toward the top, in this case, the top right-hand side of the page. And the first panel is a bullet train speeding toward the bottom of the frame.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And the second one, from the inside, you see one of the characters walking back from the aisle to his wife, and he says, I saw a woman just like you sitting 3 cars ahead of ours. A geisha, I think, a fine one, younger than you. And the look that she gives in return and the way they wordlessly sit next to one another in a totally darkened frame is... It's just so tremendous. It's just so it says so much in so few words, and I think it's one of my favorite pages in comics.
I'm trying to find something that I sent someone else, I think. That I'm trying to find if I have it. But no, that page really is tremendous. I love the momentum of the panels so much. You can clearly.
And that's something that happens a lot throughout the comic. Is page layouts will just go completely fucking buck wild.
Yeah.
But will still be totally like easy to comprehend.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Like, it's really crazy looking at this compared to, like, again, like a lot of '60s comics. Like, you know, I talked about Jack Kirby being kind of like an analog in the West or whatever, but like a lot of his page layouts really are just like 4-8 panels, you know, or like, you know, spreads are rare, you know, like it's pretty conventional, but he's just doing the most bananas shit inside of those margins. But Japanese comics, I think, were like already playing around like a lot with just
I mean,
the
even
format
like
of page in general.
earlier, more cartoony Tezuka, he does a lot of like paneling gags. Or like things where like a speech bubble will fall on a character's head, or like a character will be running and they'll jump suddenly and they'll break through the top of the panel. And I think that seeing that sort of thing kind of like track, obviously not literally, like there aren't any sort of like fourth wall gags in this comic, but seeing those kinds of things like transfer to a more adult-oriented story is extremely fascinating and captivating, and just so much fucking fun to read. Like, for as harrowing as a story as this is, for how much grief its cast goes through, it is just a fucking joy to turn each page.
Yeah, it just, oh man, it just fucking rocks so hard. I like it.
Yeah.
I really...
I'm so glad you liked it.
Yeah, no, I really cannot get enough of like it makes me want to read so many more like classic stories. I'm gonna try and...
Yeah, totally.
I'm gonna try and find a scene. I'm gonna hopefully it won't be...
Are you able to describe it? Because I've been blasting through this thing as we've been talking, so I might know roughly where it is.
It's kind of... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I think I'm actually right there. So... Let's see. I think it's right at the beginning of the 4th chapter. And it is a pretty pivotal scene, so I won't describe it really. But it is, I don't know. It's a scene in the hospital, and
right, yes, yeah,
and the way that the grief and the pain is like drawn out there, and then page 296, the way it transitions into the next scene, I think really like wowed me and stuff.
Yeah,
like it really like it was. I don't know. Like I think the last fourth of this book is like truly like it. Like I don't know. Like it just soars. It's incredible. It's really
yeah. It's one of those like incredible fever pitches where everything it sets up pays off completely. Yeah. But not in the way that you kind of expect. Like there are a lot of twists and turns that play out that just feel so just perfect in the moment. So many like it's one of the most like satisfying stories that ends inconclusively.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I really haven't stopped thinking about this book, and I think so much of that is owed to the exact way it ends. Like, the last, like 3 pages of it are just, like...
Yeah.
It's so sudden, but it feels like it couldn't have taken any other final bow than that.
Yeah. It just, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's kind of chilling, you know. It's kind of like it leaves you with like a lot of emotions, both negative and positive, and stuff. And it's just and it's one of those things we've talked about so many times on the podcast where it's like, we love things that don't give us like something wrapped in a bow. Like we love we love it whenever things that like make us feel unsure and make us feel something a little bit complex about what's going on, how we feel about it and stuff. Not being able to be so I don't know, just so decisive about something. I don't know.
So frustratingly, the vertical edition does not include the afterword. Did you go and read that on your own, or were you not familiar with this?
I did not know there was an afterword. No.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read it to you because I think it's really fantastic and illuminating.
Yeah.
Tezuka says, I made this story when all sorts of dark news hit the papers and television, like the hostility among comrades in the sect called the New Left, indiscriminate terrorism, the mess-riddled Vietnam, and the Cultural Revolution in China. Meanwhile, Japan's period of high growth was an era rushing straight towards being first place in world's GNP. In that absurd era of yin and yang, I wanted to depict a lone woman who boldly lived as a Machiavellian. Prior to making this, they had me run the short serial Under the Air in Play Comic, but I went for it and tried a long-form serial. The names of the characters who appear all have insect puns. While making this, I was reminded of Karel Čapek's Pictures from the Insect's Life. I think the world of insects is a caricature of human society. And that was written in 1983, so about 12 years after the original was published, I think, or maybe about a decade after it was finished.
It being a caricature of society is kind of funny.
Yeah. That may just be a translation decision. I think maybe more of a parallel or a
right, yeah. Though I could also kind of see it as a sort of like funhouse mirror thing in a weird way.
Yeah, right? Definitely.
Just with how like weirdly like fleeting the idea of like the real is and stuff. It's just like that can just something being based in reality can just slip away so quick in this manga and it just be something else entirely. It's really special. I do wish they added that afterward and stuff. I wish that there was more stuff like that for for works that are published after their initial run, right? Like for these like editions or something. But so
what a goddamn book.
What a book.
Go out and read it. Have a great old time. It's on Manga Dex. For some reason the final chapter that's listed is an unrelated bug porn.
What the fuck?
But the rest of the comic is just there in full.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Right. So yeah, we spent a lot of time on this specific thing.
We sure did.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time focusing on one specific piece of work and stuff, and not much else. To the point where, like, I feel like in a version of this episode of this podcast, if we weren't on break and didn't have so many things to get through, we might have an episode that was just this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? Yeah. So, do you want to get into it? I feel so weird.
I think now's a good time. We have a lot of questions left that we can use to kind of wind things down.
Yeah. I feel like parents like about to like say something sad or whatever, but I promise it's not really sad. It's just a little. I don't know. Like, maybe you should get into it, and I'll stop teasing people.
So we are, I mulled around the order of operations in my head for a long time, and I think I'm just gonna give it a go here.
Okay. I'll help you.
We are.
Yeah.
Pod Spirit is. This is the final episode of Pod Spirit.
Yeah.
Penultimate episode.
Yeah. This is the second to last.
Yeah. After that, we are going to switch to a new name, unrelated, in its own feed. A new podcast that's functionally the exact same as this.
Yeah.
By the name of Human Insects. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're doing that is kind of twofold. The first is that this has very rapidly not become a podcast about music, but is in fact just kind of about stuff. And
it's kind of like our explorations of like art and kind of embodying this like older brother, cooler cousin that smokes cigarettes position, and where we're just kind of showing you cool shit, and it's like kind of
like let me be the older sister that you steal eyeliner from.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that as we've kind of become more of that, and as we've just sort of wanted to celebrate art in general, it hasn't really made sense to frame this as though it's a music podcast, which, sure, we could keep the name, but it also feels kind of weird to have this this kind of like direct tie to a music label if, again, it's not really that much about music.
Yeah.
Because I think that, again, and I knew this would be the case going in, but we stuck with it anyway because we believed in the idea, was that, like, music is kind of a hard thing to get people really riled up about in the internet for a number of reasons. It's just not something people really want to go out of their way to hear people talk about. And I think instead, like, it tends to be something that I think is a lot more self-motivated, self-directed.
Yeah.
Enjoying music. And that's fine. That's totally great. And I think that we were kind of limiting our scope a little bit, and limiting the scope of what people would expect from the podcast by framing it as though it was specifically about music.
Yeah.
Because, like, there are plenty of people who think, like, well, I don't really care that much about music, like I'm more of a movies guy, or even just sort of people who don't really think much about music in their day-to-day. Totally cool. There's a lot of art out there. It's very overwhelming how much art there is.
It's a stupid amount.
Yeah, so it kind of made sense to move away from that as our sort of primary thing, which we did early on. I changed the description of the podcast pretty early on, but even still, it kind of continued to nag at me that it felt a little strange to present this specifically as a podcast by musicians and featuring other musicians. And while that will no doubt continue to be true, it just didn't make a ton of sense to continue framing it that way. So we are switching to a new name. I'm going to start uploading those new episodes to my second channel, which you probably know how to get to. It's not too hard to find it from my main channel.
Yeah.
As well as keeping them in a separate feed. First few episodes I'll also upload to this feed so that people can switch over to the new feed with ease.
Yeah.
And then in addition, I'll probably also put them on my Patreon just to have them somewhere else as well. Just, for ease of access.
Right.
So we're switching over to Human Insects. Very little will change about the format.
Right. If anything, it may change to just what we did today, where we kind of sprinkle in questions throughout and stuff. Like if anything happens to the format, it's probably not going to be backloaded with questions, because sometimes that can make us go for a while and not really realize how much is going on. So I feel like maybe interspersing it, and also unfortunately, answering maybe a little bit less questions because we get a lot now. We get this. So yeah.
It was insanely fun to just take the deep dive into all of the questions that we were getting.
Right.
But I do think that seeing how many email questions we got over this period of time proved that I think we do kind of get better. We give better answers from questions that are sent through an avenue like that have time to breathe a little bit more than like asking a question in a tweet's worth of characters can lend you. In addition to that, the rate at which these come out may change. It may not. We're not really sure yet. It kind of depends on how I'm able to slot back into working on videos regularly, directly. So there's kind of a lot that's still up in the air, but we wanted to make this clear now so that it didn't come as a tremendous surprise when our final episode comes out, maybe before episodes of Human Insects start rolling out. It may be after, and you may get one more episode pop up in this feed out of the blue.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, but that final episode will be a sort of post-mortem for Pop Spirit, the label, because we are closing our doors, coinciding with the release of a final sort of sayonara compilation. That we've been working hard on all year. That will have
it'll have music on it.
It'll have music on it. Music from me, music from you, music from us, music from everybody who's ever been a part of Pop Spirit, and then some. I just really want to, close it out with a celebration of everything that we managed to accomplish and managed to be for one another. So, I really want it to be as clear as day that we're kind of going out on a personal triumph more than anything else. Yeah. Because the truth is that the main reason that Pop Spirit is shutting down is because we just have a lot else going on. And it's kind of difficult to prioritize it among all of the other things that we're doing. I spent a lot of time talking to Tim, who I've run this label with since day one. And the more time that we've thought about it, for as much as we care about the work that we're doing, it just doesn't make sense to keep it rolling the way that it is. And there aren't really any easy ways to simplify it. It unfortunately is kind of an all or nothing situation. So I think that we were sort of left with the very unfortunate answer that it's kind of inevitable that this is how this goes.
Right.
We got caught in that weird interstitial space where we were kind of too small to operate at any sort of profit that will keep it self-generating, but also making too much to not have a lot of external costs associated with continuing to run the label.
Right.
So
it's really unfortunate, but we have a whole lot in that catalog to be so proud of, and like this. This banner, is all that's really going away, right? These bands and these musical projects and stuff, we'll probably still have Brett hop on next time he releases something. Yeah. We'll,
Definitely.
Like Tim, is always welcome. Everybody's welcome. And I'm just so proud of what it is. This is all kind of crossing over into what we're going to be doing next episode, but I just want to make it clear that all those bands are still around. So please keep track of them if you do still care. We'll help you by boosting them every time something happens with one of those bands. But it's just we won't be all under the same banner, because there's just financial, there's just a lot of realities that come with running a label that they just can't be at the forefront of what we're doing. And you know, especially with like COVID and just like life shit that's happened to like every single person on the label.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these bands have kind of slowed down a little bit. I know mine definitely has, but there's, you know, it's but nothing's dead really. It's just the literal label, the banner under which we all kind of stand together and stuff, just kind of has to kind of end for just a lot of reality reasons and stuff.
Exactly.
And so that's, you know, there's like a sadness to it, and there's a sadness that Pod Spirit is ending. This podcast has gone way further than I ever expected it to, really. I really just expected this to just be like in all honesty, whenever I brought this up to Hazel, it really was like oh, hey, this could help drum up some excitement if we just kind of goof around.
It feels so fucking funny to say it this way.
Yeah.
But initially, this was basically like a Pop Spirit vanity project. Like, from conception, we were like, you know, there's a kind of, it will be fun for us, but also it kind of inherently doubles as promotion back and forth in both directions.
Yeah, like
and it has proven to not really be that at all, and that's fine. Because we've kind of decided that it doesn't need to be, and is its own thing.
Yeah.
And with it having become so much so its own thing, why not port it over to a new name?
Yeah. And I feel like as Human Insects, and as like just even the simple fact of changing the name and changing just kind of the scope of just how we're selling ourselves to people as a podcast and everything, I think even just those simple things will kind of really like recontextualize and help I don't know, just kind of really solidify like what we're doing here exactly and stuff. And, and you know, and it's, and, you know, and it,
I mean, I think it works so perfectly that these, I mean, I think I have to imagine, I'm not 100% because I don't go back and listen to these, but I have to imagine that the episodes that we have put out are very much so a kind of like, you can kind of watch the development of the series of the show in its totality, from kind of finding its footing to becoming one thing to very slowly becoming something slightly different. And kind of seeing our ability to bounce things back and forth off of one another. I think
this show has thrown me enough curveballs in terms of like weird ass subject matter and questions and stuff that it legit has just made me a way better podcast. It like has made me a lot better at what I do
absolutely
elsewhere
same.
And stuff.
Extremely same.
Like it makes me go like, oh, okay, yeah, like people are just gonna be really fucking weird, and I gotta just like roll with the punches. And it's just funny. It's great. And like you know, I will remember that DSI for as long as I fucking live. And I think, you know, with Human Insects, I think definitely like expect a lot more of that. And I would say we're definitely gonna like open the doors a little bit in terms of what guests we think about bringing on. And what guests we think about asking. And I think it's less because I think with Pod Spirit, I think with this show, our idea for the guests, at first it was definitely just our musician friends and our musician friends and stuff, and just see who we can get and everything. But now it feels kind of a lot more possible to get cool people, like to get like people that I think we initially would have thought were like out of our realm and stuff, but but also I think that the MO this time around might just be to get people on and not like be antagonistic or anything, but to probably end up getting them talking about some shit you super would not ever expect them to talk about. Not to like embarrass him or anything like that, but I think one of the funniest ones is whenever we got Adam on to talk, and we were talking to Adam, and it was wonderful. We were talking about his music and his work and everything, but the fact that we were able to talk about Nier Automata and it just worked.
Yeah, and that is my favorite part of that podcast.
Yeah.
Is like the part where I kind of drop the pretense of talking about of like interviewing or of kind of retrospecting on his work and kind of letting him just kind of talk and hang out.
And I was so legit surprised that he had played that game. Like, you can probably hear my surprise. I'm like, holy shit. So I think that sort of moment is like, if we get more guests for Human Insects, that's what I kind of want to go for, is to be like, is to pull something out of them. It's just like, oh shit. And so like no one would have expected this from this guest spot.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just so excited that we can start episode 1 of that fully crystallized.
Oh yeah, we're gonna know what we're doing.
yeah. Like I am so relieved to just kind of start this new thing and have it be what it is, and I know it will continue to develop from there, like, for sure. Yeah. But to kind of feel like we know almost preemptively how to navigate a podcast changing as well.
Yeah.
It's super exciting. I think that Human Insects is really going to coalesce into our best duo podcasting, you and me, endeavors yet.
Yeah. I'm very excited. It'll be like this, but even cooler. And we're gonna be named after a fucking classic Tezuka manga that's like weird and freaky and cool. And I feel like I thought of the name. I'll come out.
It's true. It's true.
I've been approached to help name things a few times. I will just to toot my horn a little bit and stuff. But I thought of the name while reading the manga, because I was thinking about that art stuff that I was talking about earlier, about the idea of it being kind of almost remorseful and almost kind of nervous about art, but also kind of still celebrating that artist, still like, because I feel like if the characters in this manga were real, it would feel like a sort of it would feel like an ode to them, like a sort of I think celebration of art is like my favorite thing to do. It's like it comes so naturally to just try to like just talk about things and be excited and recommend and have a good time talking about how cool stuff is and stuff. I just thought, I don't know, Human Insects, it just like rolls off the tongue super easy. It's like really evocative. It sounds cool and stuff, and it's
invariably it's gonna sound like we're saying humans insects.
It does.
What more could you want out of a title?
Yeah, like what more could you possibly want and stuff? And it'll probably, like, I don't know, it just feels like it better reflects what this show is and what we're doing, and what kind of bullshit we like to talk about and get into and joke about and stuff. So may Newport Spiden guide us into a new era, into a new dawn.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. We don't even know what the fucking cover art is gonna look like.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. So we get to kind of think about that. I mean, I feel like it's gotta be like 60s manga inspired, right? Or like maybe kind of pulling stylistically a little bit from like the vertical trade dress or whatever, if possible.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then I was also like, I hope people don't think this is just an ongoing podcast series about a single Tezuka manga.
That would be actually the funniest outcome. Is it was just like it's like if we ever cross like the 100 episode mark or whatever, it's like fucking like how the fuck long are these guys talking?
Are they going one podcast per page, like,
per
what
panel?
Is this?
So we're just like
yeah.
This panel where this like pervert guy gets punched in the jaw, like, you know, we're gonna spend like 3 hours talking about that and taking questions and stuff. But anyway,
so big changes on the horizon that will ultimately look like small changes for everybody listening.
Yeah,
your life will change very minimally.
I'm so jazzed that we finally said this, because this has actually kind of been on the docket for a little while and stuff. Like before we even went on hiatus, like this last month, like we actually already kind of knew this was going to happen and that we wanted to do this. So
we decided that Pop Spirit was going to come to an end really early on in this year.
Yeah,
and we've kind of been planning a sort of exit strategy, so to speak, ever since.
Yeah. But yeah, so there is the news. You'll probably read our tweets about the episode, and they'll be like, "Oh, there's news on the way," and stuff, and so now 3 hours in, 3+ hours in, you
it's
have,
okay.
You have
I threw him a bone when I talked about my vacations. So you got news at the front, news at the back.
Yeah.
It's like a double-sided mullet.
Yeah, right. I knew you were gonna say mullet. I knew it was gonna be a mullet joke.
I didn't want to have to say it. It's so goddamn cliche.
It's like a.
But what else is a girl to say?
It's like a bowl cut. It's like a.
Ooh, yeah.
Because it's business at the front and back, kind of. You know. Anyway. So
should we head up the last of those questions?
Yeah, let's do one more question. Or
one more question. Oh,
wait, not one more.
We have 9 more.
Oh fuck, Hazel, how?
Yeah, we got a lot.
How long are we going for? It's like this
we've been going for 3.5 hours.
I think I'm gonna make a suggestion to you, just so we can milk this. Maybe we should split this into 2 episodes. Not not that because back inside baseball talk, we literally did that in recording. But
we did. That's true.
Yeah. So
we could do that, but I also feel like kind of having one more big long guy after another period of wait to kind of tide people over might work out a little better.
Okay.
It's been nice for me to kind of drip feed stuff out as I've been away.
Yeah.
And it'll definitely still be a bit before I get new videos out. Okay. So saying, hey, I've got like another big long podcast full of information all around.
All right. Well, look,
might work out a little better.
But you guys look at me. Don't expect 4-hour podcasts every fucking time, all right? No. I swear to God.
No. Yeah, like genuinely, I feel like that is fucking motivation to keep a bi-weekly schedule, is just so that we don't have enough shit to talk about that every episode winds up this long.
Yeah, it's that's what I was gonna say, is that like we got to keep up some schedule, because then this happens. Yeah, exactly. Apparently we are 2.5 hours out from the weird near ARG going live on Twitch for what it insists is its finale. Real time as this is happening, apparently news has also broke on the front lines that the account's bio says that this is neither official nor an ARG. I think, let me double check that. Okay, so
yeah, not official, not an ARG.
So are we team mod? This is a mod that someone has like devised.
That these are snippets of a playable mod.
Yeah,
that's being leaked out in a very particular way.
Because like I think, because I think some of the information on that was like pertaining to the fact that like or some of the stuff that was like causing people to think it was like a real like official like ARG thing. It's because the modding community had literally never done anything like this before. But if like I guess it stands to reason, or there's a chance that it really is just this one guy was able to mod this extensively, and now he's showing it off, and so and kind of taking the modding community by storm, maybe. And so but if it is an ARG,
I would love
that would be the coolest thing.
This stream was like just like a fucking Rickroll or something.
That'd be awesome. That'd be
like
so
3
good.
a.m. PST, 6 a.m. EST. Just piss everybody in the United States the fuck off.
Yeah.
I might stay up for it.
I
don't know.
I could too. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen.
Not on the podcast.
No, fuck no.
You maniacs at home listening.
Absolutely not.
Get out of here. You're out of your goddamn minds.
What if we're treated to the near version of like Pools Closed or something? Like
No, literally. Oh my god, could you imagine if the stream literally opens and it's like A2 going into a room and then on the other side of the room is like a fucking like the cake is a lie reference.
Yeah.
Just the most like fucking garbage fucking
Yeah.
It'd be amazing.
Oh god, yeah. What fucking questions do we have? We gotta roll through these.
Yeah, we do. So Sage wants to know, what is your favorite one album wonder band? A band that dropped one LP, maybe an EP or two, and then just dipped.
Just dipped. So it's not just one, they made one good one and then sucked. Because for some reason...
Yeah, exactly.
Because for some reason my head went to Maroon 5. Because...
Oh, you're right there, yeah.
Because Songs About Jane is like pretty good. Like, there's some good songs in there.
And that record rocks.
Yeah, and then their whole career since then has been the most naked, horrible, trash garbage like possible. But
yeah.
Anyway,
it's literally a nosedive that's like still burrowing into the earth.
This is still going. One album. God, I'm trying to think of.
They specifically pointed to City of Caterpillar as theirs. I've never heard of them.
That's a pretty good one. There's a lot of screamo bands like that, so that's a good genre to pull from. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I gotta think about this.
They have 2 LPs, and I think they're both excellent. But Jellyfish comes to mind.
Ooh, right. Yeah. Like, well, one of the albums was actually a hit, and then the other one kind of wasn't. So, I mean, I don't know. I would count it. Or were they
I don't
both
think
popular?
either of them were actually very... Okay. Yeah, they were both flops.
Oh, right, gotcha.
That was why the band broke up. I think they got big in Japan, which is how Andy Sturmer wound up writing for Puffy.
Weird. Okay.
Or so the story goes.
Oh, okay. I discovered an easy one. I forgot. Beyond the Fleeting Gales. Until further notice. Crying is kind of this right now, because their other album on Spotify is 2 EPs actually just stitched together. So like but Beyond the Fleeting Gales, like if they never make another one for as long as they live, that is like the one of the 2010s IMO. I mean, also again, like also the Cabs is 1 album, 2 EPs.
Yeah.
God, I'm like looking.
Yeah, I always go right to the Cabs.
The Cabs is like the band. The Cabs is like maybe the one band ever that I feel the most robbed of. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like we were.
Definitely.
I feel like we were just in for so much the Cabs, and then we got only one the Cabs, or we got 3 the Cabs, all each their own good the Cabs. But I wanted more the Cabs.
Yeah. Who doesn't want more the Cabs?
Fucking.
Let's see. I mean, BP, quite frankly.
Man. Yeah, BP is like. We're really just naming a lot of greatest hits. Like, of course, you guys are saying these bands, but
yeah, they're just the ones that come to mind,
right?
if I haven't listened to something in the past week. I mean, fucking Popcatcher, actually.
Oh, that's like...
They had one full length and then a series of EPs.
Yeah, that probably actually...
I genuinely, like, I would rather erase Toe's entire discography and then supplant in a career's worth of Popcatcher records.
That one live performance of Goodbye is, like, one of my favorite, maybe if not my favorite.
It is really good.
Like live performance I've ever seen captured on YouTube. But I think I agree.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I think I could stomach erasing all of that from existence if we got like 5 Popcatcher LPs. Good God.
Yeah.
The fucking embarrassment of riches. Popcatcher, like, if nothing else, Popcatcher actually I think might be the one most hidden gem that I think.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, but I'm gonna mention, like, I guess because I'm thinking back on this podcast a lot and stuff. But I think it's the one hidden gem album that I think I've gotten the most response about from this podcast, because I had like 2 or 3 people be like, "Yo, that fucking Popcatcher album is crazy good," and so and this was like after we released our episode where we talked about it and stuff. It really is just that fucking good. I also feel like we cold hard pilled a few people here and there, for sure.
Yeah. God bless. Which is funny because I was under the impression that we were the ones who were late to them.
Yeah. Maybe I'm too full of myself. Maybe I just think that, and then like it's actually they just knew the whole time. But anyway, God, I think we had good answers there.
Yeah, definitely.
Send us emails, podspiritpod@gmail.com.
Oh my god, we got a fucking...
I just thought of that too.
We got a fucking email about Ideon.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say we gotta make a new email.
We do, yeah. Every time I thought about bringing up our email address, I was like, fuck, it's about to change.
Yeah.
We'll have one eventually. Right. We gotta snipe it before the episode comes out, or else people are gonna be like, oh, why don't I take
right
the Human and Sex podcast?
Yeah, Don Knotts, who is listening to the show right now, is gonna oh, Andy,
he's gonna fucking email swipe us.
Okay, so, we got an Ideon.
Marty wants to know, I'm curious what y'all think about Space Runaway Ideon.
Yeah.
I recently dove in and have been loving its bleak tone.
I have
sending lots of love from Japan.
Oh,
if y'all need anything from Yahoo Auction, I got you.
Yo,
it's very funny.
Thank you.
I got a proxy. Don't worry. I recently watched the recap film and Be Invoked back to back. I was blown the fuck away. We're gonna talk about it on an episode of this, on an episode of Human Insects. Eventually.
Yeah, we'll
come up for sure.
Yeah, I haven't taken the time, but I will take the time soon to watch Ideon, the 2 movies, like Hazel suggested. If you want the lore for this, listen to the Shit Shooters episode 48. That we did with Hazel. This is where Hazel sold me on Ideon and stuff, but that's on my Patreon.
It's so goddamn good.
But very good podcast. We had a lot of fun and stuff talking about that. But Ideon, I have wanted to...
That movie is one of the most incredible things I've seen in my entire life. I still
have to watch
Eva, End of Eva more in basically every respect, but, you know...
Yeah, I mean,
I only feel the obligation to say that because people are so ruthlessly annoying about comparing the two.
Right, yeah. I super want to watch Ideon, at the very least for Human Insects, but also to be able to pull from it a little bit for our Evangelion podcast for the rebuilds and stuff, because it may be relevant. But, yes, so, needless to say, acknowledging this question, putting a pin in it, we will have a full-throated discussion about this probably like Inhuman Insects, probably on the level of like our Book of Human Insects discussion here, I'm sure. So yeah. And then we're going to discuss it and then kick ourselves for not naming the podcast Space Runaways or something. just something silly. It's like, oh man, we should have named it after this piece of art.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Actually, hold on. On the Yahoo Actions thing. Give me a tip if you see that Roboco floating around. All right, so like, give me a tip if you see that Roboco figure coming out. And stuff.
Yeah, we gotta make that happen.
You gotta crowdfund me a Roboco because I absolutely need to own one. The Roboco chapter that came out a couple weeks ago that was promoting that figure dropped the fucking bombshell, at least for me, because I wasn't reading into it all that much. That has there's metal parts on that thing. Like,
yeah, what?
Yeah. The shoulders are metal, and I think her hair is.
Are the knees metal?
I think like I saw on like the figure's website or something. They like took apart stuff from it and everything. I think the knees do have metal in them. Yeah, it's like so there's like a metal alloy. Like the thing. I didn't get the joke of the figure until that chapter when I looked into it more, and I was like, oh, what's funny about this figure being made is that it's being made by like a boutique like figure maker that makes like mecha figures. Like they make like Getter Robo figures and shit and stuff, and then like they're just randomly doing Roboco in the middle of it and stuff like that. Like it's important that it's not just Good Smile made a Roboco and stuff. It's this weird like Mazinger figure making studio. Anyway, I just want to mention that if anyone could strike me up a deal on that. But sorry, next question. I apologize.
So we got a really incredible one. No pressure to read all of this on the pod, but I'm writing in to let you know that I am the one American who has completed all 3 Xenosaga games, which took me about 100 hours total, and I did them all back to back at the beginning of lockdown. Do not do this. The 3 games together are incredibly badly paced. I actually liked episode 2 more than 1, but nearly a third of that game is wandering around a character's memories to give backstory that easily could have been explained in 2 lines of dialogue.
Hell fucking
The worst is the fact that the decision to reduce the number of planned games from 6 to 3 happened in between the releases of the second and third game. And the way they decided to course correct was to have 2 games worth of backstory and an opening text crawl. This crawl is so long that a major antagonist who's a key to this story is both introduced and killed off screen. There's so much other incredibly stupid shit in that trilogy. But with all of that said, playing through it is one of my fondest gaming memories, and I hold all 3 near and dear. The actual question is, do either of you have a similarly incredible piece of media that you love dearly, not in spite of how weird and nonsensical it is, but because of it? I think I'm going to slightly, this question is from Roxy, thank you so much. I think I'm going to slightly rephrase that question, if I may, to be more about experiences that kind of trauma bonded us to games.
Yes.
Like the one that Roxy describes.
Right, okay. That's a really good way of putting that. I very recently I very recently had this experience with Vagrant Story, which is an absolutely incredible 10 out of 10 masterpiece fucking game. And then the final battle happens. And the final boss of Vagrant Story is very, very powerful. Very strong against literally any weapons you could bring to the battle. A lot of the combat in that game is centered around piecing together weapons via like hilts and like sort of like it's you have hilts that have gems on them that can affect like the elemental or like defensive value of the weapon, and then you have like classifications of weapons, like edged weapons, blunt weapons, piercing weapons, and then you have like the metals that they're made out of and stuff. So like, wood is obviously like the lowest and everything, but then you have like iron, steel, Hagane, silver, and stuff. You can bring pretty much like, and then the highest form is Damascus, but you can only get a couple of those on your first playthrough. I went in there with stuff that I felt like was pretty good, because like I wasn't like super min-maxing, super like, like I wasn't super like just, I didn't fully completely understand the system, and nor does the game require you to, not even for this final boss. But I was able to pretty much deal with everything that came at me pretty easily, and stuff. Like I don't find the game too hard. It's just hard to like. It's not difficult. It's just hard to understand where it's coming from. But the final boss is so resistant to everything that basically you can only do single digit damage to it the entire time. It has 666 health.
Oh God!
This boss took me hours to beat, and it was on my first try. I didn't die, not once. I was so on top of it defensively. I actually tired it out. I'm pretty sure it stopped, because after a certain point it just completely stopped like attacking me and just giving me debuff spells, and it would lay on a debuff on me and then do nothing about it, and it would just keep like kiting around, and I would have to lure it out so I could fucking hit it, and I would hit it and it would be like 5 damage tops, and like what you're supposed to do, I think, is combo it, because there's a combo system in the game where you time your button presses such that like you get like additional hits like over and over again by tapping the different face buttons in like a sequence,
just like Mother 3.
Yeah, it's just like Mother 3, but if you had to change from square to triangle to circle to like you had to go around and stuff a little bit. So you can't press just the same one twice; it'll end it. You have to time your button presses and keep it going and everything, and it'll keep doing more damage the more you do. And I thought I was not bad at the rhythm part of this game, because I would consistently get like 3, maybe 4 combo hits or whatever on like enemies and bosses and stuff. This guy, like, I'm pretty sure it requires you to get up to like a 10-hit combo or like something crazy, or just even do anything considerable. And so, and so, and then like there was no way about it. So like I tried looking up stuff. I was like, I'm doing something wrong. I wasn't at all. I was actually doing everything right. It just actually does take that long. It's fucking insane. It's like performance art.
Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of took a lot of the air out of like the ending of that game, even though I was able to go back and at least watch the cutscene again and be like, no, this is really incredible, and it is an amazing like end to the story. I just wish they designed that final boss completely differently. Just maybe you should be able to do more than just single digit damage on the final boss. I don't know. Like, I'm not a game designer. I'm not, what do I know, But it seems like that might be what you want. But so that's one that comes immediately to mind. I love the Xenosaga anecdote so much. That is so funny. Those Xeno games, up until like Xenoblade, which seems like they actually like really kind of got stuff together, everything more or less. People have their flaws, but Xenogears and Xenosaga, holy shit! Like it's a miracle those games ever shipped. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah,
Just
that's fucking
everything
crazy.
I've heard about
It's
both of
completely
those.
bonkers.
Yeah. So what's your answer? Because I gave a kind of long one.
I should have been thinking about it that whole time, but I was very enraptured by what you were saying. I feel like I really enjoy a good fever pitch. So there are plenty of things that I like know are trashy, but will sort of follow through to their end regardless.
Yeah.
But I feel like that doesn't quite count.
Yeah. Like just something like a trauma bond, or
where something has like really broken me down and made me feel like a crazy person.
Just an absolutely catastrophic happening in a game that still you still came away from it ultimately positive, but you're like, God damn.
Oh, Tsukihime.
Oh, yeah, right.
I felt like I was gonna fucking suffocate reading the non-existent prose and the dry as all fuck translation. Completely fair. Long game, they were doing it for free. I could not believe, like, that combined with having to fucking rewrite the actual literal code as I was playing to make the routes play out as they were supposed to. I felt like I was losing my grip on Good Grace. Just absolutely wild what that did to my brain. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Billy asks what our favorite Sanrio characters are.
Oh my god, I don't know much about Sanrio like at all. I'm gonna give a shout out to Karopi because my sister really loves Karopi.
Yeah. Karopi is probably like, damn. There are a lot of those guys that I really like. I really love Kurome, but I feel like she's kind of become like the mascot of the like I can't even adult today.
Oh,
kind of like.
I looked her up and I was like, yep.
Yeah, which is a shame because she's so cute.
Yeah.
I think I probably do think that Karopi is my favorite. I just like a good frog character.
Okay. I looked it up here. Shouts out to Monkichi. I like a monkey. Oh, okay. I think my favorite actually might be. Oh my god. Okay, actually, there's so many good ones. I think I'm a Sanrio fan right now.
Yeah. Their designs are great.
I think I like Purin. I like that dog.
Yeah, Purin's great. Purin's very, very good.
Yeah. Dog with a little hat on. Can't go wrong. Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah. I'm feeling sold on Karopi is my answer. The queen is entering a new phase. My actual secret answer though is Miffy.
Miffy.
Yeah. Who is not Sanrio.
Oh.
But I think kind of tracks. Yeah. Oh, Miffy's Dutch. How about that?
How fucking about?
But yeah, she's like every now and again, someone from outside of Japan makes like a crystallinedly like Japanese mascot character style design. I'm sending her to you now.
Oh yeah, okay, because I'm trying to find her. Oh, that is a really good one. But that totally makes sense that she's Dutch though.
Yeah.
It's like aren't the Moomins not Japanese either? The Moomins are like some.
Oh yeah. Moomins are originally. Oh my god, I'm gonna get my lesbian card revoked for not knowing exactly where.
I put you on the spot.
I can't remember if it's Swedish. It is Swedish.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say Swedish, but I didn't want to look like an asshole.
Yeah.
Specifically, Swedish language from Finland.
Okay. Yeah, so Moomins...
Don't worry.
Moomin seems, like, extremely from Japan, though, to me. And stuff that, like...
Yeah.
It's really crazy.
Because, like, all the marketing stuff comes from there.
Right,
and there are a lot of different,
animation is...
anime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah. The movements are cool. I love those movements.
Moomin rocks. Maya wants to know, as far as bunny girls goes,
oh god,
Bunny Rabbit from the Sonic comics or Cream the Rabbit from Sonic proper. I gotta go with Bunny Rabbit.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with Bunny Rabbit too. She looks cool. She's got robot appendages. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, she's got like a southern drawl.
Oh, I mean, you know, so we're kin.
Yeah, like you know, she's kind of got similar appeal to me as Applejack does, who I think these days is my favorite of the My Little Ponies.
Southern. I don't know, just Southern girls, you know.
It's hard working Southern girl.
Hard working Southern girl. Southern girls make do, or you know.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. For those at home who are really invested in my pony opinions, her and
this podcast
Applejack
is
and Rarity are my two favorites. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm still extremely fucking hot, by the way.
Yeah, no, same here. I have it's tough. This is podcast expert level.
Yeah. Really quickly, Sod wants to know what the audio snippet at the beginning of Fashionably Late is. It's an old song of mine.
Yeah.
It is from a little video game called The Museum of Anything Goes. It's one of my favorite pieces of art ever. It's fucking wild. I'm a big fan. Yeah. They also want to know how, Nikki, you're able to keep up with a lot of very long-running media.
I think